Warrior Lore. Chapter 2491. In the falling star continent, the major races united and elected Old Patriarch of Lei Clan as the leader of the alliance. They formed a rebel alliance and raised their banner to fight against Iron Blood Taoist and the others. The forces led by Iron Blood Taoist were on high alert. Early in the morning, two spatial gates suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the falling star continent. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the two void domain gates, startling everyone in the surroundings. Groups of immortal-grade soldiers walked out of the void gate, and a murderous aura immediately filled the air. The most elite immortal-grade soldiers of the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent had crossed over. Is the war finally going to start? The commotion caused by the demon clan's ancestral land was too great, shocking all the other creatures on the Starfall continent. Both sides were huge monsters, and once a great battle broke out, countless lives would be lost. It was unknown how many powerful creatures would fall. A heavenly tree passed through the spatial gate and appeared in the sky above the demon race. Powerful immortal emperor aura spread out from the divine tree. The tree sovereign of the Clear Moon continent had arrived, leading his powerful clansmen to obey the orders of Iron Blood Taoist. Not long after the tree sovereign entered the ancestral land of the demon race, a huge silhouette walked out of the other spatial gate. It was an old turtle the size of a mountain. However, this old turtle was very different from an ordinary turtle. It had the head of a dragon and the tail of a chelan. Those who knew the origin of this old turtle were shocked. "This guy is here too," someone exclaimed. This old tortoise was the golden turtle that Yao Yu had subdued that day. This golden turtle had the bloodline of a true dragon. Although its cultivation base was only at the ninth heaven of a mortal emperor, it wasn't something that an ordinary ninth heaven of a mortal emperor could compare to. Didn't this golden turtle go to the Purple Sun continent? Why is it here? Someone was bewildered. This golden turtle was sent to the Purple Sun continent by Yao Yu to command the immortal combat soldiers there. The fact that it had returned at this time was enough to explain some things. It seems like this war is inevitable. Some powerful rogue cultivators started to leave the Starfall continent. These rogue cultivators didn't belong to any sect or sect, so they didn't want to be involved in this battle. After all, this sort of battle was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Rogue cultivators usually wouldn't choose a side. They liked to be free and didn't want to be restricted. As a large number of immortal soldiers and experts from the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent arrived through the Void Gate, the ancestral land of the Demon Clan on the Starfall continent immediately became lively. While the Iron Blood Taoist was gathering the forces of the three continents, the 100 Races Alliance was on the move as well. While it was 100 races, there were only a dozen or so races that were truly powerful. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan were naturally one of the most powerful clans among the dozen or so clans, especially the Thunder Clan. It was said that the ancestor of the Thunder Clan was the ancient, invincible Thunder Ancestor. Of course, this was only a legend. No one could prove that the Thunder Clan of the Falling Star continent originated from the ancient Thunder Ancestor. What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? In a secret room in the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan, 3 people were sitting at a stone table and whispering to each other. One of the 3 people in the secret chamber was the old clan head of the Lei clan. The other was the clan head of the Fire Rock clan. As for the third person, he was a mysterious person wearing a black mask and black clothes. The person was neither fat nor skinny, neither tall nor short. Judging from his figure, it was the most ordinary kind of figure. Moreover, it was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. There's no need to worry too much. There won't be any suspense in this battle. The clan leader of the Fire Rock clan said confidently. No one was willing to become someone else's slave, especially those powerful existences. He had been waiting for this day for decades. Once the outsiders were chased away, they would become the rulers of the Starfall continent and create an unprecedented situation. The Iron Blood Taoist is nothing to be afraid of, the mysterious person wearing the mask said. This was a voice that was neither a man nor a woman. The reason why this person was trying to hide his identity was because he definitely had a strong background and was definitely not a nobody. The Iron Blood Taoist is nothing to be afraid of. Any one of us can kill him easily. However, those three fellas seem way too calm. The old clan leader of the Thunder Clan said in a deep voice. The clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan and the mysterious person naturally knew who the three fellas were. Even at this point in time, they were still waiting to see what would happen. Just what in the world is going on? Logically speaking, those people should be the ones who want Gu Fei to die the most out of the three continents. The clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan let out a confused look. That's simple. As long as we chop off the head of the Ironblood Taoist and kill those invaders, I don't believe that those three fellas can sit still. The mysterious person said. That's right. The old clan leader of the Thunder Clan and the clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan nodded their heads in agreement. Let's go with the original plan then. The mysterious person looked at the old clan leader of the Thunder Clan and the clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan before saying in a deep voice. Just as a storm was brewing in the meteorite fall continent, Gu Fei and Yin Er's precious daughter, Princess Gu Ling, appeared outside the Fire Cloud Sect's entrance. Who goes there? Just as she approached the Fire Cloud Sect's entrance, a loud bellow sounded from within. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Ling struck out with the heaven-encompassing hand. A gigantic hand emitted endless fiery light as it smashed the Fire Cloud Sect's entrance to pieces. Rumble. When the gigantic hand landed, the ground quaked and dust billowed into the sky. A gigantic palm print appeared where the Fire Cloud Sect's entrance was. The array that protected the entrance could not even withstand a single blow. With the entrance destroyed, several long howls sounded from the Fire Cloud Sect's ancestral land. A few figures rushed out from the ancestral land. How dare you come to my Fire Cloud Sect and behave atrociously? An aged voice sounded as an old man dressed in a fiery cloud Taoist robe flew through the air. An extremely powerful suppressive force emanated from the old man's body. All the Fire Cloud Sect disciples were terrified. This was a patriarch, an expert that had not appeared in the Fire Cloud Sect for a long time. It's her. At that moment, the youth on the mountaintop who saw the peerless figure at the entrance turned pale with fright. This person was the young master of the Fire Cloud Sect, Hua Ao, who had escaped from the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. From the looks of it, Fire Sparrow is doomed. Upon thinking of this, Hua Ao was even more alarmed. He turned timid and immediately hid in the Fire Cloud Sect's ancestral land. At that moment, Gu Ling had already engaged in battle with the old man. The two figures moved rapidly in the void, and after exchanging a few blows, Gu Ling beheaded the old man. What? Chapter 2492. Gu Ling stormed straight to the Fire Cloud Sect and slew a patriarch-level elder with one strike inside the Fire Cloud Sect's entrance. It left everyone in the Fire Cloud Sect dumbfounded. Even the sect master of the Fire Cloud Sect was shocked when he saw this scene. After all, the elder that Gu Ling killed was his uncle master. His uncle master's cultivation level was undeniably high. However, no one expected that after exchanging a few blows, the sect master's uncle master would be slain by Gu Ling's sword. Fairy Gu Ling, you are too much. An angry bellow sounded as a fiery cloud rushed out of the Fire Cloud Sect's ancestral land. A tall figure could be faintly seen in the fiery cloud. The fiery cloud arrived above Gu Ling and stopped high in the sky. The figure that was surrounded by vast fire elemental powers looked down from high in the sky. A powerful pressure spread out from the figure in the fiery clouds. It was as if the sky was about to be crushed. Haha, am I too much? A bell-like laughter sounded as Gu Ling held her hands behind her back. She looked up indifferently at the extremely domineering figure in the fiery cloud. You destroyed my sect. Isn't that too much? The person in the fiery cloud said coldly. His tone was filled with ice-cold killing intent. At that moment, three powerful auras appeared around Gu Ling. Fire Cloud Sect experts surrounded her as three figures appeared indistinctly around her. Gu Ling remained calm as though she did not see the three figures. What a joke. If you want to talk about being too much, you are even more so. When Gu Ling recalled how Xiling Grotto Heaven was nearly annihilated by the Fire Cloud Sect, a glint flashed in her eyes. A powerful killing intent emanated from her body. This is just a misunderstanding. High in the sky, the person in the fiery cloud naturally knew what Gu Ling was talking about. Very good. Then, after I annihilate the fire cloud sect, this will also be a misunderstanding. Gu Ling did not wish to speak further. She stretched out her right hand as boundless fire essence immediately condensed in her hand. A flaming divine sword appeared in her hand. Do you really want to fight? In the fiery cloud, the man who looked like an ancient fire god said in a cold voice, "Preposterous. How could this be fake?" Gu Ling stomped her feet and shot up into the sky. She waved the fire sword condensed from the extreme Yang Dao flame in her hand and slashed at the man in the fire cloud. Shwa! The dazzling sword light instantly rushed out from her hand, and a long crack appeared in the void between heaven and earth. The cloud of fire exploded under the sword light. A figure rushed out from the fiery clouds. This person was dressed in fire cloud battle armor and a fire cloud crown. He held a fire god spear in his hand and looked mighty. He was the current sect master of Fire Cloud Sect, Fire Cloud Heretic Emperor. Kill! The Fire Cloud Evil Emperor shouted. The fire god spear in his hand turned into a fire dragon. The fire dragon ferociously pounced towards Gu Ling. The fire dragon emitted a fiery light that burned the surrounding void into ashes. However, the fire cloud evil emperor had underestimated Gu Ling. Gu Ling waved the divine sword in his hand, and with a clang, he directly destroyed the fire dragon formed by the fire god's spear and sent it flying. Countless flame-shaped runes dissipated along with the fire dragon. What? The fire cloud evil emperor was shocked. He quickly retreated. At that moment, a sword light had already struck the fire cloud battle armor in front of his chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. The fire cloud evil emperor felt like he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He was sent flying 10,000 feet away. When he stabilized his body, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He quickly looked down and saw a sword mark on the fire cloud battle armor. The fire cloud evil emperor was extremely shocked. He thought, if it wasn't for the protection of the fire cloud battle armor, I would have been cut in half by this girl. Moreover, what shocked the fire cloud evil emperor was that his opponent's sword chi was too powerful and domineering. One should know that the fire cloud battle armor he was wearing was a quasi-sage divine artifact. The founder of the Fire Cloud sect was a quasi-sage divine artifact. The Fire Cloud battle armor was a quasi-sage divine artifact refined by the founder of the Fire Cloud sect. In fact, even the Fire Divine Spear was a quasi-sage divine artifact. Even with a quasi-sage divine artifact in hand, he was still suppressed by his opponent. How could this girl be so powerful? In just a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through the Fire Cloud Evil Emperor's mind. Do it! Just as the Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor was sent flying by Gu Ling's sword, a loud shout resounded out. After that, a great formation appeared, and countless fiery runes soared into the sky, sealing this part of the world. Rumble! The sky and earth shook. The void where Gu Ling was instantly sealed by a killing formation. Endless fire elemental energy was gathering rapidly. Pillars of fire shot up from the ground, piercing towards the Gu Ling in the sky. On each pillar of fire, there were countless runes intertwining. Just a small trick. Gu Ling's entire body emitted peerlessly sharp sword lights. Every sword light was like a startling divine rainbow, extinguishing all the fire pillars that pierced through them. Watch how I break this killing formation. Gu Ling let out a long roar. 9 flame-shaped Dao patterns appeared on her body. These were the 9 Dao patterns of achieving Dao. Although she had not become a sage, she was the descendant of a sage. The power of her bloodline was extremely powerful. It was not inferior to those pure-blooded divine beasts. With her bloodline, it wasn't difficult for her to cultivate 9 Dao patterns. The Fire Cloud Evil Emperor was extremely shocked. He did not expect Gu Ling to be so heaven-defying. She had actually cultivated the legendary 9 Dao patterns. This was the rhythm of becoming a sage. Anyone who cultivated the 9 Dao patterns would become a sage if there were no accidents. At this moment, the Fire Cloud Evil Emperor was filled with regret. He should not have agreed to attack the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven with his son. This fairy Guling was simply a monster. Buzz. The void shook. At this moment, the 9 primordial Tao patterns that rushed out from Guling's body turned into 9 immortal sword lights. They pierced through the void and directly struck the killing formation. Rumble. Countless formation patterns were constantly destroyed by the 9 sword lights. The entire area where the Fire Cloud cult was located was shaking. In the ancestral ground of the Fire Cloud cult, the large formations were activated and began to operate. However, the 9 sword lights were indestructible. One of the sword lights directly landed on the ancestral ground of the Fire Cloud cult. It directly broke through the layers of large formations, and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. Chapter 2493. Powerful energy waves of saint rank were emitted from the Fire Cloud cult. This surprised Guling, but she soon realized that the founding ancestor of Fire Cloud cult was a quasi-saint. This wasn't a secret. A quasi-saint rank killing formation was activated. Rays of killing light rushed out from the ancestral land of Fire Cloud cult like divine rainbows. Wang. The divine sword formed by the extreme Yang Dao fire in Guling's hand bust. She could sense the chi of danger. This quasi-saint killing formation wasn't simple. Rays of divine rainbows shot out from the ancestral land of Fire Cloud cult, piercing the void and arriving in front of Guling in an instant. At this time, a mass of sword wave emerged from Guling's hand. This mass of sword wave instantly enveloped her. Powerful sword chi rippled across the sky and the ground. Outside Guling's body, there were 9 flame-shaped Tao marks circulating on the light screen formed by the sword light. They interweaved into Tao diagrams that seemed simple, but contained the essence of great Tao. Boom! The divine rainbows instantly collided with the layer of sword wave outside Guling's body. The powerful force sent Guling flying thousands of meters away. The layer of sword wave outside her body was shaking violently, as though it would collapse at any time. So powerful, Guling circulated the fire elemental energy in her body with all her might, barely resisting the divine rainbows. Even so, she still received a great impact. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. What? At this moment, Fire Cloud Evil Emperor was shocked to the extreme. He had never thought that this girl could actually resist the attack of a quasi-saint killing formation. One should know that this was a quasi-saint killing formation. The power of the quasi-saint killing formation was unquestionable. Even a major immortal emperor expert wouldn't be able to withstand the quasi-saint killing formation. However, this fairy Guling of Violet Spirit Paradise had actually resisted the attack of a quasi-saint killing formation. This made Fire Cloud Evil Emperor feel a chill in his heart. The other party's strength had far exceeded the Fire Cloud Evil Emperor's expectations. Just what kind of existence had his bastard son provoked? How could she be so powerful? Huareo, who was hiding in the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral land, was already dumbfounded by the combat strength displayed by Guling. He found it unbelievable. However, regardless of whether proud Huaxiang believed what he saw, it was a fact that Guling did not die under the attack of the quasi-sage killing formation. Kill. At that moment, the 3 Fire Cloud sect experts who had set up the array in an attempt to kill Guling roared angrily as they charged at him. Monstrous fire elemental power erupted from the 3 experts. The entire world trembled under this power. The power of the 3 experts sealed a part of the void. Runes surged out from the bodies of the 3 Fire Cloud sect experts, imprinting themselves in the void. Humph. Guling coldly laughed. Then, he extended his hand to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he take his time to act. Boom. At the next moment, there was a huge tremor as a huge flaming hand appeared between the heaven and earth. It emitted a powerful energy fluctuation that left one's heart palpitating as it smacked at a Fire Cloud sect expert who was charging at him. Guling struck out with the heaven-covering palm, covering the sky. Bam! The Fire Cloud sect expert let out a tragic cry as he was blasted into a mist of blood by Guling's heaven-covering palm. His body and soul were destroyed by Guling's palm. The countless runes that surged out from the expert were also obliterated by Guling's heaven-covering palm, dissipating into the void. At the sight of this, The remaining two experts could not help but turn pale. They hurriedly stopped and retreated, not daring to attack Gu Ling again. After Gu Ling killed the fire cloud sect expert, a vortex appeared in the middle of her palm. An extremely powerful devouring power surged out from her palm. The extremely powerful fire elemental power that exploded from the expert immediately gathered towards the vortex in Gu Ling's palm and was devoured by her. Father's grand art of unity is too heaven-defying. Gu Ling was surprised and overjoyed when she sensed that powerful force being assimilated by her own. She could clearly feel that her strength was constantly rising. "You demonic woman!" The fire cloud fiend emperor was extremely shocked when he saw this. He had never heard of such a great art that could directly devour another cultivator's power. Kill. After Gu Ling devoured the expert's power, her aura grew even stronger. With a loud roar, she waved the divine sword in her hand and charged at the fire cloud fiend emperor. The fire cloud fiend emperor did not dare to fight back at this moment. With a flash, he charged into the fire cloud sect's ancestral ground. When the others saw this, they wanted to charge into the ancestral ground as well. However, Gu Ling made her move. The divine sword in her hand suddenly flew up before turning into countless sword rainbows. They descended from the sky and pierced through the fire cloud sect's disciples. There was no suspense. In front of Gu Ling, other than the fire cloud fiend emperor, the other fire cloud sect's disciples were completely lacking in cultivation. The sword rainbows descended from the sky like divine rainbows. Tragic cries were heard everywhere as the fire cloud sect's disciples were pierced by the sword rainbows and killed on the spot by Gu Ling. In just an instant, the fire cloud sect's disciples who had yet to escape into the ancestral ground were all killed by Gu Ling's sword rainbows. Roar! In the fire cloud sect's ancestral ground, the fire cloud fiend emperor's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Those were the elites of the fire cloud sect. Yet, they were slaughtered like vegetables. Even the remaining two fire cloud sect's elders did not manage to escape back to the ancestral ground and died under Gu Ling's sword. "Gu Ling, you wretch! You deserve death!" The fire cloud fiend emperor roared angrily. The death of more than half of the fire cloud sect's elite disciples made his heart bleed. These elite disciples were the future of the fire cloud sect. Gu Ling killing more than half of the fire cloud sect's elite disciples was equivalent to slaying the future of the fire cloud sect. "If you have what it takes, come out and avenge your sect members." Gu Ling looked at the fire cloud fiend emperor in the fire cloud sect's ancestral ground disdainfully. Wong. The void trembled. The infuriated fire cloud fiend emperor did not say another word. He immediately activated the quasi-sage killing array. Startling sword flashes appeared in the killing array and circled around him. "Go to hell." The fire cloud fiend emperor roared angrily as he controlled the countless sword flashes to cleave at Gu Ling outside the array. Countless sword flashes surged into the sky with a terrifying might that seemed capable of destroying the firmaments. "This level of power can't kill me." At that moment, Gu Ling flipped her right hand, and a divine truncheon appeared in her hand. Without any hesitation, Gu Ling swung the divine truncheon in her hand and smashed forward. The attack was simple and direct. It did not even emit any powerful energy waves. The divine truncheon in Gu Ling's hand looked very ordinary and did not stand out in any way. However, it was such a simple strike that the overwhelming sword flashes instantly dispersed. How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, the fire cloud fiend emperor was dumbfounded. "Break it!" Gu Ling continued swinging the divine truncheon in her hand and smashed it on the light screen formed by the fire cloud sect's ancestral array. A strange fluctuation emanated from the divine truncheon. Rumble. The entire fire cloud sect's ancestral array shook violently. The light screen that enveloped the fire cloud sect's ancestral grounds began to show pitch-black cracks. It was as though a mirror had shattered. It actually withstood a strike from the divine truncheon. Gu Ling was very surprised because she knew the might of the divine truncheon. Even though it had yet to awaken, it still possessed immense power. Clearly, the fire cloud sect's ancestral array was extraordinary. "This is bad." Upon seeing the cracked light screen, the fire cloud fiend emperor shuddered in fear. He charged straight into the depths of the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral grounds. At that moment, Gu Ling raised the divine truncheon in her hand and smashed it down at the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral array. Without any suspense, the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral array finally collapsed. Countless array patterns dissipated as the light screen that enveloped the entire Fire Cloud sect's ancestral grounds shattered like exquisite porcelain. Trying to escape? Gu Ling charged straight into the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral grounds. It immediately descended into chaos as all the Fire Cloud sect members hiding in the ancestral grounds fled for their lives. At this critical juncture of life and death, no one cared about the Fire Cloud sect master, Fire Cloud sect. The Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor Father-Son duo had already ascended an array platform. They were activating it in a bid to escape the place. The void quaked as the array platform was activated by the Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor. Countless runes surged on the array platform. Following that, a blob of divine light surged from the array platform and enveloped the father-son duo. The void above the array platform distorted as the blob of divine light that enveloped the father-son duo was about to escape into the void. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the platform. He then stepped on the ball of divine light on the platform. The Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor Father-Son duo was truly alarmed. They never expected Gu Ling to arrive so quickly. At this moment, the Fire Cloud Evil Emperor and his son were in a special state. Their figures had become blurry, and they were about to escape into the void, but they had yet to do so. Gu Ling had arrived at that critical moment, leaving the Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor without the strength to retaliate. Boom! With a loud bang, the blob of divine light on the array platform was crushed by Gu Ling's stomp. The Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor Father-Son duo, who were enveloped by the blob of divine light, were immediately obliterated by the destructive power that erupted. The Fire Cloud Fiend Emperor Father-Son duo could not be more dead. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Chapter 2494. The Fire Cloud sect was destroyed. Furthermore, it was destroyed by a single person. From then on, the Fire Cloud sect became a thing of the past and was removed from this world. After Gu Ling destroyed the Fire Cloud sect, she obtained quite a number of good items. As a sect with a long heritage, the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral land had quite a number of treasures. In the depths of the ancestral land, Gu Ling even discovered 3 divine herbs. Gu Ling directly took away the 3 divine herbs before breaking into the treasury of the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral land and taking away all the treasures. Only then did she destroy the ancestral land and return to Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Upon hearing that Gu Ling had single-handedly destroyed the entire Fire Cloud sect, Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven's sect master and Gu Ling's master, Immortal Dustless, were dumbfounded. In Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven's ancestral land, some surviving disciples were cleaning up the pavilions that had been destroyed by the Fire Cloud sect under Sect Master Purple Spirit's command. On a spiritual peak, there was a pavilion that was still in good condition. There were 2 people sitting in front of them, and there was a person standing in front of them. Did you not find that traitor? Sect Master Purple Spirit said. Her tone was very calm, and one could not tell whether she was happy or angry. No, she probably won't dare to appear again. Gu Ling said. That child, Moon Spirit. Sigh. Immortal Dustless sighed. They were all her disciples, and she did not favor anyone over anyone. However, Moon Spirit had done such a thing. It truly pained her. What plans do you have for the future? Sect Master Purple Spirit suddenly looked at Gu Ling and asked. Although she was Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven's sect master, Gu Ling was no longer the little girl of the past. At that moment, Immortal Dustless also looked at Gu Ling this. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven is rebuilt. Gu Ling thought for a moment before saying. She actually wanted to find her father and mother, but it was difficult for her to truly mature under their wings. Perhaps it was time for her to go out and experience the outside world. Sect Master Purple Spirit nodded and did not speak further. If not for Gu Ling, the entire Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven would probably have been destroyed by the Fire Cloud sect. Furthermore, not only had Gu Ling annihilated the Fire Cloud sect, He had even handed all the treasures he had obtained from the Fire Cloud sect's ancestral land to sect Master Purple Spirit. This gave Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven hope of rising again. Gu Ling did not remain idle. She immediately entered the ancestral land of the Violet Spirit Paradise and went into seclusion. The consecutive battles had given her some insights on cultivation. She originally cultivated the Immortal Tao cultivation method of the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven, but during the time she spent with Gu Fei and Yin Er, her cultivation was forcibly removed by Gu Fei's supreme technique. Gu Ling had a fire elemental constitution, so she was naturally close to the fire elemental Tao. Gu Fei wanted to take 5 disciples with 5 elemental constitutions to pass on his mantle. As the daughter of Gu Fei and Yin Er, there was no one more suitable than Gu Ling to be Gu Fei's successor. Moreover, the Immortal Tao cultivation method of the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven wasn't a true supreme technique. The reason why Gu Ling could cultivate to become an immortal wasn't because of how heaven-defying the cultivation method of the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven was, but because of her own heaven-defying constitution. Gu Ling also felt that it wasn't a bad thing for her father to remove her immortal Tao energy. She was, after all, the daughter of Gu Fei and Yin Er. She had the bloodline of a sage in her body, and Gu Fei's bloodline was even more extraordinary. She was born with a fire elemental martial physique, so her cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. After a short period of guidance from Gu Fei, Gu Ling's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, even exceeding her previous cultivation realm, breaking through to the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm in one fell swoop. She was only half a step away from becoming a quasi-sage. Even Gu Fei was somewhat surprised by Gu Ling's cultivation speed. With the cultivation base of a major success Immortal Emperor and her heaven-defying physique, Gu Ling would have the strength to fight an ordinary quasi-sage. If she used the human Emperor Divine Mace, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill a quasi-sage. Of course, the reason why Gu Ling had such a cultivation base was related to Gu Fei. Given Gu Fei's means, he could naturally improve Gu Ling's cultivation base easily. Gu Fei had the best cultivation resources, so it was impossible for Gu Ling not to become stronger. The divine spring of life, the supreme Yang Dao fire, and even the immortal divine medicine were all supreme treasures of heaven and earth that could make a sage jealous. Any one of them could make a sage fight to the death. During the few days that he spent with Gu Fei used countless supreme treasures of heaven and earth to refine Gu Ling's muscles and marrows, gradually drawing out the potential of Gu Ling's fire elemental martial physique. After that, he used the blood essence of the quasi-supreme sea beast that he hunted in the divine sea to refine Gu Ling's martial physique. It could be said that Gu Fei had spared no expense in order to let Gu Ling embark on the path of martial Tao. Gu Ling had lived up to his expectations. She was indeed worthy of being Gu Fei's daughter. Her cultivation base of a major success Immortal Emperor was enough to give her the power to protect herself in the Falling Stars continent. As Gu Ling went into seclusion, a storm that almost engulfed the entire Falling Stars continent was brewing. The confrontation between the 100 Races Alliance and Iron Blood Taoist was still going on. This was only the temporary calm before the Great War. This balance could be broken at any time. In the ancestral land of the demon race in the Falling Stars continent, Iron Blood Taoist was discussing with his subordinates. It was already dusk, and the sunset glow was like blood. He had a feeling that the 100 Races Alliance would probably make their move at night. Of course, in his opinion, the people of the 100 Races Alliance were courting death. Since they dared to rebel, they naturally had to take a great risk. However, the 100 Races Alliance was bound to lose this time. The 12 great bandits were seated in the meeting hall. Gu Fei's disciples, the Red Dragon and Yao Yu, as well as the Red Dragon's disciples, the Black Dragon, the Treant Emperor, Golden Ao, and the others were also present. These people were all loyal to Gu Fei. They would never betray Gu Fei under any circumstances. Mr. Wu and the others were originally important figures of the Falling Stars continent, but they were nowhere to be found. Naturally, these people would not risk their lives against the 100 Races Alliance for Gu Fei. This time, the Iron Blood Taoist and the others finally saw the faces of some people clearly. In the vast Falling Stars continent, not a single powerful race was willing to stand on the side of Gu Fei. It seemed that these people had forgotten how terrifying and powerful Gu Fei was. When Gu Fei was around, these people would not dare to make a move. However, after Gu Fei had disappeared for over 100 years, these people could no longer sit still. Some of them knew that Gu Fei was still alive and well, but they did not warn the Hundred Races Alliance. Even though these people were watching from the sidelines, they were actually watching a show, or rather, a farce. There was actually no suspense about the outcome of that farce. All of you, go and get ready. When night fell, the Iron Blood Taoists dismissed the crowd. After the 12 great bandits and the others left the meeting hall, they each led a team of immortal soldiers and set up defenses outside the ancestral grounds of the demons according to the plan. The Iron Blood Taoist's most powerful soldier, however, was not mobilized. A murderous aura emanated from the ancestral grounds of the demons. It was a troop of immortal soldiers that numbered only a few thousand, but the murderous aura emanating from them made even the Iron Blood Taoist's heart palpitate. It was a troop of steel-blooded soldiers that had never been defeated in 100 battles. Sure enough, when the moon was high up in the sky, a great fog appeared without warning near the ancestral grounds of the demons. The fog condensed and did not disperse as it surged toward the demons' ancestral grounds from all directions. When the fog appeared, a young man dressed in black suddenly opened his eyes on a boulder beside a lake in the depths of the demons' ancestral grounds. Is it about to begin? He muttered to himself as a grim smile appeared on his lips. After this night, the various powerful races of the Starfall continent shall become a thing of the past. The Iron Blood Taoist sat upright in the meeting hall with an extremely solemn expression. This time, he would not tolerate them anymore. Those who dared to rebel must be prepared to die. At that moment, the fog that was surging toward the demons' ancestral grounds from all directions shrouded the world, blocking out the moonlight that shone down from the sky. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers became even darker. Powerful figures could be vaguely seen moving swiftly within the fog. Countless figures were silently charging toward the demons' ancestral grounds. The void rumbled. Just as those mysterious figures approached the demon clan's ancestral land, a curtain of light emerged without warning. Some of the people at the front couldn't stop their momentum and directly collided with the light curtain, then were sent flying away. The mysterious figures stopped. There's a formation. What should we do? Someone whispered. The curtain of light was incomparably huge, and it enveloped the entire demon's ancestral grounds. If the people outside could not break through the curtain of light, they would not be able to enter the demon's ancestral grounds. Break! Someone shouted. Then, a giant hammer that emitted an endless amount of purple gold light descended from the sky and slammed against the curtain of light. Rumble! The void trembled as the light barrier shook violently under the impact of the sledgehammer. However, the surprising thing was that the light barrier did not collapse. What? The figure in the sky was extremely shocked. He did not expect the opponent's formation to be able to block his attack. The purple golden hammer was extraordinary. It could not be compared to ordinary sage weapons. It was a supreme treasure of the Purple Gold clan. It was a sage weapon that was refined by the ancestor of the Purple Gold clan. Of course, the ancestor of the Purple Gold clan had disappeared for countless years. Again, the cultivator of the Purple Gold clan wielded the purple golden hammer again. This time, 9 purple gold Tao patterns appeared on the purple golden hammer. Every single Tao pattern emitted a powerful Tao aura. The divine hammer grew to the size of a mountain. Under the control of the cultivator of the Purple Gold clan, it slammed down on the curtain of light. Boom! A loud bang was heard. The layer of light that enveloped the entire demon's ancestral grounds was blasted open by the purple golden hammer. What? In the demon's ancestral grounds, the 12 bandits were extremely shocked. These people really came prepared. Kill. Chapter 2495. The Hundred Races Alliance was finally going to make their move. After nightfall, they began their assault on the demonic ancestral grounds. Rumble! The void trembled as chariots came charging from the distance, breaking through the thick fog that shrouded the skies above the demonic ancestral grounds and charged straight into the grounds. At the outskirts of the demonic ancestral grounds, a violet gold hammer came crashing down from the skies like a purple meteor, shattering a mountain. A figure shot into the skies and engaged in a great battle with the purple gold tribe's champion. With the defensive formation of the demonic ancestral grounds broken, the champions of the 100 Races Alliance immediately charged into the boundaries of the demonic ancestral grounds, and the 12 bandits who had been lying in ambush suddenly charged out. A chaotic battle broke out as the Immortal Tier warriors led by the 12 bandits clashed with the warriors sent by the 100 Races Alliance. Corpses fell from the skies from time to time, and it was as if the skies were raining blood. With the power of heavenly wrath still present, none of the Saint-Tier beings dared to remove their seals and unleash the ultimate might of a Saint-Tier being. Even so, the saints who had sealed themselves were no match for a demi-saint. The violet gold hammer came crashing down, and a powerful demi-saint was destroyed in both body and soul by the purple gold tribe's champion, dying just like that. Where is the Iron Blood Taoist? Do you dare to come out and fight? The champion of the purple gold tribe was extremely powerful, and he wielded a divine weapon like the violet gold hammer. It could be said that apart from the saints who had sealed themselves, no one else was a match for him. I'll come out if you ask me to. A voice rang out from the depths of the demonic ancestral grounds, reaching the ears of every cultivator present. Very well, then I'll kill all your subordinates. Let's see if you'll come out or not. The champion of the purple gold tribe immediately wielded the violet gold hammer in his hand and smashed it towards one of the bandits and the Immortal Tier warriors he led. The vast power that emanated from the hammer shook the heavens and the earth. Buzz. Just as the violet gold hammer came crashing down from the skies, countless runes suddenly appeared where the bandit was, and a ball of divine light engulfed the bandit and the countless Immortal Tier warriors behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple gold divine hammer smashed onto the ball of divine light and a terrifying force exploded. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The ball of divine light that was struck by the purple gold divine hammer did not collapse. It actually blocked the purple gold divine hammer's attack. What? When the expert from the Violet Gold clan saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. One should know that his violet gold divine hammer was a saint tool. Even if he couldn't unleash its full power in his hands, it shouldn't be unable to break through that ball of divine light. Only you have a sacred artifact, said the bandit coldly. At that moment, the divine light that enveloped the entire region dissipated, disappearing into the void as if it had never appeared before. Buzz. As soon as the bandit finished speaking, the hum of a sword rang out from his body. A beam of golden light shot into the sky from his body, turning into a golden divine sword. It radiated with extremely powerful ripples of sword chi as it slashed towards the Violet Gold clan expert in the sky. On top of the golden divine sword, the aura of the great Tao revolved around it. It contained a powerful Tao rhythm. This was a sacred sword. When the Violet Gold clan expert saw that the bandit had also used a sacred artifact, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly recalled his Violet Gold divine hammer and smashed it towards the incoming sacred sword. Clang! The dazzling sword light collided with the Violet Gold divine hammer, creating a metallic clang. The golden divine sword was knocked away while the Violet Gold clan expert was also forced back by the powerful force that erupted from the golden divine sword. So powerful, the bandit coughed out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly recalled his golden divine sword and activated the killing formation. The ball of divine light that disappeared appeared once again, enveloping him and his immortal-grade divine weapon. Just a mere half-saint. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? The Violet Gold clan expert said in disdain. He directly charged into the killing formation below, wanting to use his tyrannical strength to break this killing formation and kill the bandit. However, the moment the cultivator from the Purple Gold clan charged into the killing formation, he was shocked. He felt as if he had entered another world. This killing formation, even someone as powerful as the Violet Gold clan expert couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. This killing formation was not ordinary at all. It had actually formed a world of its own. This was a saint formation that could create a world of its own. A killing formation like this was extremely terrifying. Even if a saint were to barge in, he would be in danger. Haha, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. The bandit roared with laughter. Then, countless runes appeared in the space created by the killing formation. These runes wove together to form mysterious Tao diagrams. Boom! The void trembled. On top of one of the Tao diagrams, a scarlet divine bird that emitted towering divine flames burst out. A terrifying wave of fire elemental energy burst out from the body of this divine bird. Vermilion bird. When the Violet Gold Clan expert saw the divine bird, he instantly cried out in shock. At this moment, the divine bird ignited a sky-high flame and pounced towards the Violet Gold Clan expert. The divine flames emitted from the body of the divine bird caused the void to distort. In another direction, runes interweaved to form a gigantic dragon. It was as if a true ancestral dragon had descended into the world. It emitted a boundless dragon's might and rushed towards the Violet Gold Clan expert. When the Violet Gold Clan expert saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. For Spirit's killing formation. He recognized this killing formation. This was an ancient killing formation that had been lost for a long time. He didn't think that this ancient killing formation would reappear here. Indeed, as the Violet Gold Clan expert had expected, in another two directions, runes interweaved to form a black tortoise and a white tiger. The four ancient spirits were formed by the killing formation and rushed towards the Violet Gold Clan expert at the same time. The power of the four spirits sealed the void, making it impossible for the Violet Gold Clan expert to escape. A great battle erupted. The power of the four spirits was vast and mighty. Even someone as powerful as the Violet Gold Clan expert, who wielded the Violet Gold Divine Hammer, was in great danger at this moment. One must know that this was an ancient killing formation that was controlled by a bandit leading countless immortal soldiers. Boom! Very soon, the Violet Gold Clan expert was sent flying thousands of feet away by the Azure Dragon's claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The droplets of blood sparkled like agate, emitting a layer of hazy bloody light. The Violet Gold Clan expert was injured. Just as the experts of the 100 Races Alliance attacked the ancestral grounds of the demon race, the 12 killing formations were activated, blocking the experts at the periphery of the ancestral grounds, making it difficult for them to enter. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 2496. The ancestral ground of the Falling Stars continent was filled with murderous intent. Even those from other regions could occasionally see the terrifying killing radiance shooting up into the sky. In the dark night, the rays of killing radiance lit up the heavens and earth, emitting a saintly aura. That was the power of a saint. Even if it was not the true might of a saint, it was not far from it. Those from the 100 Races Alliance really dared to attack the ancestral ground of the demon race. Many were incomparably shocked. While the 100 Races Alliance appeared mighty and could sweep through the ancestral ground of the demon race, the truth was that once that person returned, the 100 Races Alliance would not be able to withstand a single blow. Rumble. The 12 great bandits led countless divine soldiers to lay down a supreme killing formation. 12 dazzling rays of divine light moved around the periphery of the ancestral ground of the demon race, protecting it within. These 12 killing formations were extraordinary as they were saint-grade killing formations. The one Zhu Guliang controlled was the 10 Killings formation. Within the 10 Killings formation, there were 10 doors, each of which was a door of death. It was truly a place of no return. The 10 Killings formation operated in a frenzy as rays of killing radiance crisscrossed within the formation, killing all the experts who charged into the formation, killing them both in body and soul. Zhu Guliang's cultivation had already reached the limit of the mortal realm and could take that step at any time. However, he was still suppressing his cultivation. Zhu Guliang, you coward! Do you dare to come out and fight? A tall figure appeared outside the 10 Killing formation. This was an expert clad in black armor. He had a majestic appearance, and his entire body was surrounded by lightning. Lei Ming, don't brag. If you have what it takes, come in and fight. I'll be waiting inside the formation. Zhu Guliang's voice rang out from within the 10 Killings formation. Lei Ming, an expert of the Thunder Clan, was extremely powerful. Similarly, he had reached the limit of the mortal realm and was no weaker than Zhu Guoyang. In fact, these two had known each other for a long time and were enemies. Humph, you want to borrow the power of the killing formation to kill me? What kind of hero are you? Lei Ming was no fool. He naturally knew that even if he had the cultivation of a great completion demi-saint, it would not bode well for him to charge into the killing formation controlled by Zhu Guoyang. Haha, what a joke. You people taking advantage of the night to ambush me is very heroic. Zhu Guoyang laughed. For a moment, Lei Ming could not find the words to refute and was speechless. What's the point of saying so much? Since Brother Lei doesn't dare to challenge the array, let me, Xian Peng, have a taste of Brother Zhuge's skills. Behind Lei Ming, a cultivator shrouded in divine fire walked forward. The man's face was gloomy as he stared at Zhu Guoyang in the matrix with sharp eyes. Actually, you guys can come at me together. Zhu Guoyang's disdainful words came out from the 10-killing array. What nonsense are you bragging about? I alone can beat the shit out of you, Xian Peng said in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, he directly rushed into one of the death gates of the 10 slaughtering formation without any hesitation. Idiot! Lei Ming wanted to stop Xian Peng, but on second thought, he retracted his outstretched hand. Xian Peng was also a quasi-sage. He was an arrogant person who didn't put other experts of the same level in his eyes. He thought that he was a cut above the rest, and that he was the #1 expert in the world. Even though the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan had formed an alliance, Lei Ming still looked down on Xian Peng. Letting him probe the depths of Zhu Guoyang's killing formation seemed like a good idea. Here comes another one who wants to die. Zhu Guoyang laughed. Rumble. As the killing formation activated, the killing light within the 10 slaughtering formation intensified by several times. Every single killing light could pierce through the heaven and earth, sweeping down the stars in the sky. What? Xian Peng, who had just rushed into the 10 slaughtering formation, was shocked. It was as if he had entered a different world. Zhu Guoyang's figure had disappeared, and all he could see was a terrifying godly light. When Xian Peng realized that something was wrong, he wanted to retreat. However, to his shock, the door behind him had already disappeared. Zhu Guoyang, you cowardly bandit, do you dare to come out and fight? Xian Peng was both shocked and angry as he shouted. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll send you on your way right now. Zhu Guoyang's voice rang out. Even someone as strong as Xian Peng couldn't sense Zhu Guoyang's exact location at this moment. This made him even more uneasy. Buzz. The void trembled as runes appeared on Xian Peng's body. Those were the Dao patterns that he had cultivated. There were countless Dao patterns that intertwined on his body, emitting a saint-level Dao rhythm. Although he hadn't become a saint, he had already taken half a step into that realm and had some unique aura of a saint. It was obvious that although Xian Peng's cultivation was very strong, he hadn't cultivated 9 Dao patterns. His Dao patterns still hadn't gone from complex to simple. At this moment, Zhu Guoyang's figure appeared in the crisscrossing absolute killing light. He then walked towards Xian Peng. Go to hell. Xian Peng let out a furious roar. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine saber that was wreathed in raging flames towards Zhu Guoyang. Swoosh! The saber light instantly soared for thousands of miles and fell towards Zhu Guoyang's head. Within the saber light, there were many flame-shaped Dao patterns that intertwined. This saber is not bad. Zhu Guoyang's eyes lit up when he saw the divine saber turning into a saber light. He raised his hand and more than a dozen divine lights of extinction were immediately received by him. He grabbed them in his hand and swept them upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, the dozen or so divine lights of extinction swept across the saber light that was descending from the sky at the same time, blocking the extremely sharp saber light. What? Xian Peng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Zhu Guoyang easily blocked his saber. One should know that his divine saber was a saint weapon. Could it be that the power of this killing formation was comparable to a saint weapon? Xian Peng hurriedly retracted his divine saber and used the power of the saber to protect himself. Is that all? It's very easy to kill you. Zhu Guoyang waved his feather fan in his left hand. Rays of absolute killing light were attracted by him and pierced toward Xian Peng. Each of the absolute killing light exploded with an extremely powerful force. This 10-killing formation not only attracted the power of countless immortal soldiers standing in the formation's eyes, but it also gathered the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, Zhuge Liang was like the ruler of this part of the world. Every move he made contained great power. Of course, this was not Zhuge Liang's own power, but he could use the power of the entire 10-killing formation for his own use. Buzz. The divine saber in Xian Peng's hand hummed. He swung the saber forward to block the attack. A wave of saber light poured forward like water. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive explosions rang out as the 9 rays of annihilation divine light blasted on the layer of saber light. The flame-shaped Tao pattern was collapsing. The 9 rays of annihilation divine light actually broke through the layer of saber light and sent Xian Peng flying. Xian Peng is finished. Outside the 10-killing formation, Laming couldn't help but be shocked and angry at the same time. Not bad. Chapter 2497. The 10-killing array was a life and death array. Anyone who entered the array would die, unless the person was strong enough to destroy the killing array with his own strength. Obviously, the Xian Peng of the Fire Rock clan didn't have the strength to destroy the 10-slaughtering array. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Inside the 10-slaughtering array, Zhuge Liang was like the ruler of this part of the world. He could casually summon the most powerful force without any hindrance. Without a doubt, the power of nearly 10,000 immortal soldiers was too great. Moreover, this wasn't just the power of nearly 10,000 immortal soldiers. The spiritual energy of the world was gathered by the 10-slaughtering array and turned into a powerful force for Zhuge Liang to use. Boom. The divine light of annihilation swept across the sky. The Xian Peng of the Fire Rock clan was pushed back again. The powerful force almost knocked the divine saber in his hand away. How can it be so strong? At this moment, Xian Peng no longer had the arrogant look he had when he was outside the array. His face was full of disbelief. The divine saber in his hand was a saint weapon. How could it be suppressed by a mere slaughtering array? Buzz. Xian Peng desperately urged the Fire Rock saber in his hand. On the surface of the divine saber, runes emerged and a towering saber chi erupted from it. The divine light of extinction that pierced through Xian Peng's Fire Rock saber was directly extinguished by the extremely fierce saber chi that spread from it. Kill. Xian Peng didn't dare to underestimate Zhuge Liang anymore. He attacked with all his strength. The Fire Rock saber emitted an unprecedentedly powerful force. Runes intertwined on the divine saber and transformed into a fire rock. It rushed out of the saber and pounced towards Zhuge Liang. The fire rock spread its wings. An extremely terrifying divine fire swept out. The void was silently annihilated under the divine fire. The fire rock formed by the runes displayed its terrifying power. Suppress. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's expression turned solemn. He shouted, and his right hand guided the endless divine light of annihilation forward. The divine light of annihilation crisscrossed, weaving together into a Tao diagram that suppressed the oncoming fire rock. The Tao diagram exuded an aura of annihilation that made one's heart race. The flame Peng was like a large bird that had thrown itself into the net and was directly caught by the Tao diagram net formed by the divine light of extinction. Rumble. Countless spell symbols emitted dazzling divine light. Each beam of divine light was like a divine order chain, entangling that fire rock. No matter how hard the fire rock struggled in the net, it was unable to escape. Exterminate. Zhuge Liang shouted, and the Tao diagram formed by the divine light of annihilation immediately emitted a powerful destructive force that could obliterate the world. Boom! In the next moment, with a loud bang, the fire rock that was formed from the intertwining Tao patterns contained in the Fire Rock saber immediately exploded. Under the terrifying destructive force, the endless flame-shaped Tao patterns were annihilated. What? Xian Peng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. One should know that the Fire Rock was formed from saint-level Tao patterns, which was equivalent to the spirit of the Fire Rock saber. However, This killing formation could even obliterate saint-level Tao patterns. This was too heaven-defying. Since you have entered the 10 killing formation, there is only one ending for you. After obliterating the fire Pong, Zhuge Liang looked at the Xian Pong, whose face had turned pale, and said those words in ridicule. What? This killing formation is the legendary 10 killing formation. Xian Peng's countenance instantly turned even paler when he heard this, and even his voice started to tremble. He knew that 12 shocking slaughter formations had appeared in the primeval times, and every single one of them could annihilate Saint Realm living beings. All right, after playing for so long, it's time to send you on your way. Zhuge Liang's face revealed a trace of a sneer, and then he directly activated the strongest power of the 10 killing formation. 10 powerful forces that made Xian Peng tremble condensed into 10 beams of divine light that rushed from 10 directions and pierced towards Xian Peng. Roar! Xian Peng roared and attacked with all his might. All the fire elemental power in his body instantly surged into the fire rock saber in his hand. The fire rock saber emitted an unprecedentedly bright saber light. Kill! Xian Peng had no choice but to fight with all his might. His entire body was burning. He ignited the origin energy in his body and raised his strength to the limit, or even beyond it. Rumble. Outside the 10 killing formation, in the sky above, there was a faint sound of thunder. Lei Ming, who had been watching the battle inside the formation, suddenly looked up into the sky. Xian Peng, this guy. He felt a soul-shaking destructive aura descending from the depths of the sky. He knew what it was. Xian Peng had actually triggered the power of Heaven's Wrath. However, the power of Heaven's Wrath did not descend in the end, because before the power of Heaven's Wrath descended, Xian Peng's body had already been pierced by the 10 beams of divine light. Even the fire rock saber could not extinguish the 10 beams of divine light. Xian Peng's body was pierced by the divine light and disappeared in the void. Nothing was left on his body. A divine saber floated in the void and let out a series of mournful cries. Ordinary divine implements contained the mark of the Great Path and were spiritual objects. Of course, ordinary divine implements could not be compared to supreme divine implements. Only supreme divine implements refined by supreme beings and Renhuangs could nurture a weapon spirit inside. Supreme divine implements were equivalent to a different kind of life. Although ordinary divine implements did not nurture a god inside, they were spiritual. The Fire Rock Saber was the divine implement of the Fire Rock clan. When Xian Peng was killed by Zhuge Liang's killing formation, the divine saber also sensed it and let out a cry. Good saber. Zhuge Liang quickly acted and sealed the void covered by the entire 10 killing formation to prevent the divine saber from flying away on its own. However, just as Zhuge Liang sealed the void and was about to take the divine saber away, a powerful force exploded from the divine saber. Swoosh! There was a flash of saber light. The fire rock saber broke through the void and escaped into the void. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang could not help but feel helpless. Divine implements were spiritual and flew away on their own. It was not something he could stop. Unless he had cultivated to the level of a saint or possessed the cauldron of mountains and rivers like Gu Fei, he would not be able to take the fire rock saber away. One should know that the fire rock saber was not without a master. It was obvious that a cultivator of the Fire Rock clan had sensed Xian Peng's death and immediately recalled the Fire Rock saber. Chapter 2498. A gigantic hand tore through the void and reached into the chaos, forcibly pulling out a divine blade that had already escaped into the chaotic void. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight, especially those who knew about the origin of the divine blade. They were extremely shocked. The powerhouses of the Fire Rock race were even more in disbelief. They had never imagined that someone would dare to snatch away their race's greatest treasure, the Fire Rock blade, with their bare hands. After all, that was a divine weapon. How is this possible? The moment that gigantic hand grabbed the Fire Rock blade, an old man in the ancestral ground of the Fire Rock race opened his eyes abruptly and wore a look of disbelief. Humph! Trying to snatch away our race's greatest treasure just like that? The old man sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock and closed his eyes again. A powerful wave of divine consciousness surged out from between his brows and into the void. Voom! At the same time, the fire rock blade that was grabbed by the gigantic hand of chaos suddenly burst with dazzling divine light and began to struggle violently in the gigantic hand of chaos. Still trying to escape? A voice rang out in the void. Upon hearing that voice, some people felt their spirits lift and were soon overjoyed. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Rumble. The 12 killing formations emitted a shocking killing intent. They were like 12 terrifying life-harvesting tools, devouring one life after another. The powerhouses of the 100 Races Alliance were all pale with fright. Those 12 killing formations were truly frightening. Even a demi-saint would die if they were to barge in. Only the ancient sages could protect themselves within the formations. Of course, that was all they could do, because they did not dare to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their cultivation base to that of a sage. At that moment, the fire rock blade vibrated violently in the gigantic hand of chaos. Boundless fire elemental power burst from the divine blade, and the shadow of a fire rock appeared vaguely in the flames. That was an ancestral weapon of the fire rock race. Legend had it that it was refined from the remains of a fire rock that had attained enlightenment and possessed great power. Bang! The gigantic hand of chaos exerted force, and the fire rock that was formed from divine flames immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. The person in the dark suppressed the fire rock blade with overwhelming power, and the blade soon quieted down in the gigantic hand of chaos. Shwa! The primal chaos hand grabbed the fire rock saber and disappeared into the void. Even some of the ancient sages didn't see how the primal chaos hand disappeared. Just as the chaotic hand collected the fire pung blade, a furious roar rang out from the ancestral land of the fire pung tribe. An old man who had been sitting cross-legged on a praying mat stood up as a drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. The strand of inner sight that the old man released was severed. I want to see just who dares to take away the ancestral item of my fire rock race. As the old man spoke, his silhouette became blurry, and then he disappeared in an instant. This was a teleportation technique. His silhouette could move at will, and his speed was extremely fast. Lei Ming, do you dare to come in? At this moment, Zhu Guiliang controlled the killing formation and rushed towards Lei Ming. Terrifying energy ripples shook the heavens and earth as beams of destructive divine light pierced through the void. Lei Ming's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. Even the Xian Peng that wielded the ancestral item of the fire rock race, the fire pung blade, had died in the tin slaughtering formation. His cultivation was on par with the Xian Peng's. If he were to charge into the formation, it would be no different from courting death. The tin slaughtering formation was a mobile killing formation. Under Zhu Guiliang's control, it pressed towards Lei Ming. Within the formation, nearly 10,000 immortal soldiers were also moving. The runes of the tin slaughtering formation were endless. From a certain perspective, these immortal soldiers were the runes of the formation. At this time, the other killing formations controlled by the other bandits were also moving outwards, looking as though they wanted to chase the invaders out of the ancestral land of the meteorite continent. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from outside the ancestral land of the demon race. An ancient formation platform descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The earth instantly cracked as though doomsday had arrived. Rumble. On the ancient formation platform, countless lightning-shaped runes emerged. Endless lightning bolts rushed out from the platform, tearing apart the void. Humph, you're not the only one with a killing formation. A figure covered in lightning bolts walked onto the pitch-black ancient formation platform. Under his feet, bolts of lightning bloomed, as though he had become one with the ancient formation platform. A wave of energy, so powerful that it made all living beings tremble, erupted from the ancient formation platform. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The Lei clan is really generous. They actually used an ancestral formation. Someone exclaimed. The ancient array platform itself was a shocking killing array. The array platform contained countless runes, and the figure on the platform came to the center of the array platform. Buzz. The formation platform hummed. Lightning-shaped runes intertwined around the platform. Formation diagrams emerged in the void, emitting energy waves that made the heaven and earth lose their color. Haha, Zhuge, your time of death has come. Lei Ming laughed and retreated from the ancestral land of the demon race. He came to the foot of the ancient formation platform. This, Zhuge stopped. The aura emitted from the ancient formation platform made him a little uneasy. It was as though there was an ancient heavenly beast sleeping inside the ancient formation platform. However, Zhuge was not afraid. One should know that the Tin Killing Formation was a very famous killing formation in the Archean Age. Although the opponent's ancient formation platform was terrifying, it was not like he did not have the power to fight. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from the horizon. An old man carrying an ancient pagoda rushed over. A powerful aura was emitted from the ancient pagoda in the old man's hand. The ancient pagoda in the old man's hand was surrounded by almost transparent divine flames. It was a divine tool refined from a rare divine material, the Scarlet Fire Divine Gold. The Scarlet Fire Divine Gold was a type of divine metal derived from the heavenly fire. It was rare in the world. Although it was not an immortal divine material, it was a divine material that could make even sages jealous, especially the Fire Saint. The Scarlet Fire Divine Gold was a divine material exclusive to the Fire Saint. It could be refined into an incomparably powerful fire-type divine tool. The experts of the Fire Rock clan were overjoyed to see the old man entrusted with the Scarlet Fire Divine Tower. Who took away our ancestral tool? Come out and die. The old man came to the demon race's ancestral land and shouted. His voice spread into the demon race's ancestral land and into the ears of every cultivator nearby. Humph. Chapter 2499. A true expert had appeared. The elder from the Fire Rock clan had arrived with the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda in his hand. His aura was overbearing, as if he was going to kill anything that came his way. The Fire Rock Blade was the ancestral weapon of the Fire Rock clan. It could not be lost, but now, this ancestral weapon had actually been taken away. This made the elder from the Fire Rock clan both shocked and furious. He knew very well that the Fire Rock Blade was not something that just anyone could take away. At this moment, the elder from the Fire Rock clan stared at the figure in the sky above the ancestral land of the demon race. His gaze was extremely cold. It was a young man dressed in black. Chaotic chi swirled around the young man's body. However, what was puzzling was that there were actually specks of golden divine light within the chaotic chi. It's him. He's back. Just as the young man appeared, a cry of surprise came from the horizon. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They could only see the back of a figure disappearing in an instant. That person had actually retreated. How is this possible? Didn't he disappear for more than 100 years? What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Some people recognized the black-clothed young man. At the instant they saw the black-clothed young man, they all did the same thing. They immediately turned around and left the place as if they were fleeing. You guys actually dared a rebel. Very well. The black-robed young man's gaze swept around. All the experts of the 100 Races Alliance had nowhere to hide. Whether they attacked or not, no matter what kind of secret techniques they used to hide, they could not escape his eyes. At this moment, the elder who had charged into the ancestral land of the Fire Rock clan from the ancestral land of the demon race felt his limbs turn cold. He was completely dumbfounded. What? Even the blurry figure of the Thunder clan's expert standing on the ancient spirit formation platform was shocked. Who said that he died outside? We've been tricked. Someone roared angrily. His voice was trembling. He was clearly agitated and afraid. It should be known that no one in the entire Falling Stars continent could remain calm when facing such a ruthless person. This ruthless person had earned his reputation by slaughtering his way through. Everyone, let's attack together. We might have a chance of survival. On the ancient array platform of the Thunder clan, that blurry silhouette shouted loudly. Since he had already rebelled, he would rebel to the end. Even if he begged for mercy now, it was already too late. That's right. At worst, we'll just die. If we can kill this person, we'll be completely free. The elder from the Fire Rock clan said sternly. Fire-shaped Tao patterns flashed in his eyes, and his body exuded a powerful battle intent. Master. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the demon clan's ancestral land and arrived behind the black-robed young man. Go and play with these guys, Gu Fei said to the Iron-Blood Taoist. Yes, Master. Without hesitation, the Iron-Blood Taoist dashed down. Then, the 12 arrays unleashed their power at the same time and pushed out of the ancestral land of the demons. Their murderous intent changed the color of the sky. The divine light emitted by the killing formation illuminated the entire area. It was as if 12 stars were moving on the ground, destroying everything in its path. The immortal class warriors of various races that the 100 Races Alliance had gathered were being routed, and the Alliance champions who had invaded the ancestral grounds of the demons had no choice but to retreat. Boom! A loud sound came from a mountain ridge below. Two powerful figures were fighting in the mountain ridge. Both of them had mighty Taoist rhymes on their bodies. This was a battle between saint-level powerhouses. However, due to the existence of the heavenly wrath, both of them did not dare to remove the seals on their bodies and fight with their true saint-level cultivation. Even though they did not remove the seals on their bodies, the sacred bodies of both of them were the real deal. The clash of their sacred bodies produced a destructive force. Iron-Blood Taoist, why are you bothering me? The middle-aged man whose entire body was radiating with divine light spoke as he attacked. He clearly did not want to be entangled with the Iron-Blood Taoist. You come and go as you please. What do you think this place is? The Iron-Blood Taoist said coldly. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he no longer had any scruples. He caught an ancient saint who was hiding in the mountains and started fighting him. Buzz. The void trembled as the Iron-Blood Taoist shot into the sky like a divine phoenix. Boundless power of the divine phoenix erupted from his body, and the shadow of a divine phoenix appeared on his body. He transformed into a divine phoenix and charged towards the middle-aged man in front of him. Since you want to fight, bring it on. The middle-aged man was an ancient saint at the end of the day, and he had the pride of a saint. His body jerked, and his entire body turned around like a ferocious tiger. The shadow of a huge tiger emerged from his body and charged towards the divine phoenix. Boom! The divine phoenix and the ferocious tiger collided with each other with a loud rumble. Even though it was not a real battle between the divine phoenix and the ferocious tiger, the vast and mighty force still destroyed the mountains within a radius of 100 miles. Mountains crumbled in the void, and hideous fissures appeared on the ground. The two silhouettes quickly separated, and then collided with each other again, unfolding the most intense battle. The Iron-Blood Taoist has improved quite a bit over the years. Gu Fei, who was standing in the air above the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, could not help but nod when he saw this scene. The Iron-Blood Taoist's sacred phoenix body had become even more powerful. The Iron-Blood Taoist had obtained the legacy of the ancient immortal Taoist, who was a divine phoenix. The sacred phoenix body was so powerful that it was comparable to the indestructible golden body created by the ancient Buddhist master, and it could also contend against Gu Fei's indestructible martial body. Of course, Gu Fei had now cultivated the indestructible martial body of the chaotic immortal Taoist, which was much more powerful than the average indestructible martial body. At this time, the true experts of the 100 Races Alliance did not dare to act rashly. Everyone was staring at Gu Fei. Gu Fei single-handedly deterred all the experts. This was a scene that no one had expected. Even after 100 years, Gu Fei's ferocious might hadn't diminished at all. If not for someone with ulterior motives spreading the news that Gu Fei had died outside, no one would have dared to stand up and rebel. The people of the 100 Races Alliance only realized that they had been tricked at this time, but it was too late. They were already riding a tiger and could not back down. Even if they begged for mercy, the other party would not spare them. Why are you so nervous? Gu Fei looked at the elder in front of him, who was holding the divine tower of fire in his hand, and suddenly laughed. Rumble. At this time, an ancient matrix platform rose from the ground. Essence chi from all directions frantically gathered, and countless bolts of lightning circled around the ancient matrix platform. An extremely powerful destructive power was condensing. Thunder Clan, Fire Clan, I'm very curious. Who gave you the courage to rebel? Tell me, and I might spare you. Chapter 2500. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan were the leaders of the 100-Clan Alliance this time. The other powerful clans could beg for mercy, but not these two clans. Kill. Without any reason, the figure on the ancient formation platform roared angrily and directly drove the formation platform beneath his feet towards Gu Fei in front of him. Rumble. Blinding bolts of lightning shot out from the ancient matrix platform, tearing the void between heaven and earth. On the ancient matrix platform, bolt-shaped Tao patterns emerged. A destructive aura filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth, making one's heart palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei stopped smiling and directly extended his right hand forward. A giant chaotic hand immediately appeared in the void in front of him and slammed towards the ancient matrix platform. Boom! With a loud bang, the hand that Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm directly shattered the endless lightning bolts and fiercely slammed onto the ancient matrix platform. The lightning-shaped Tao patterns that emerged from the ancient matrix platform were directly obliterated by the giant hand. The entire matrix platform shook violently and was then slapped away by the giant chaotic hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The power that Gu Fei displayed was so powerful that he could actually shake the Thunder Clan's ancestral matrix platform. Although the Thunder Clan was not as powerful as the Kunpeng clan that was chased away by Gu Fei, they were still one of the most powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent apart from the Kunpeng clan. The power of this clan's ancestral matrix platform was unquestionable. Seeing that Gu Fei had sent the Thunder Clan's ancient matrix platform flying with a single palm, some people saw that the situation was not good and began to retreat. This ruthless person was so powerful that he was simply undefeatable. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei sent the Thunder Clan's ancient matrix platform flying with a single palm, the old man from the Fire Rock clan also made his move. The Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda in his hand flew up from his hand and rapidly enlarged, pressing down on Gu Fei. Terrifying waves of fire elemental energy surged down from the Divine Pagoda. The Divine Pagoda instantly suppressed the void of heaven and earth, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Bang! The void trembled as the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda directly descended from the sky, instantly suppressing Gu Fei under the Divine Pagoda. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the Divine Pagoda. Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda vaguely appeared one after another, triggering an extremely powerful wave of fire elemental energy. The old man from the Fire Rock clan wanted to directly refine Gu Fei in the ancient pagoda. The ancestral artifact of this clan was not only the Fire Pung Blade, but the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda in the old man's hand was also an incomparably powerful ancestral artifact left behind by an ancestor of the clan. To a certain extent, the pagoda was even more powerful than the Fire Rock Divine Pagoda. Seeing how the Fire Rock clan's elder easily suppressed Gu Fei in the ancient pagoda, everyone was surprised and delighted. However, there were also some who felt uneasy. Gu Fei was not a weakling. How could he be suppressed by the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda without any resistance? What kind of ruthless person is this? Just SOSO. The elder of the Fire Rock clan extended his right hand, and the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda immediately flew back to him and landed in his hand. At this moment, every level of this 9-floored pagoda was emitting resplendent divine light. Fire elemental Tao patterns were reviving, and the sound of wind and thunder came from inside. Within the Divine Pagoda, flame-shaped patterns transformed into divine chains of the great path that wrapped around Gu Fei. Buzz. The void sky rumbled. A mass of chaotic divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. The divine chains of the great path of fire that were entangling him were all knocked away by the divine light that emerged from his body, unable to get close to him. What? The old man from the Fire Rock clan was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the Celestial Pagoda. At this moment, he also felt that something was wrong, and the joy he felt earlier was immediately thrown out of the window. I don't believe I can't refine you to death. The old man directly sat down in the void sky, and then activated the power of the great path of fire in his body and poured it into the scarlet fire divine pagoda in front of him. The scarlet fire divine pagoda shook violently, and the aura of the great path descended from the top of the pagoda. Inside the pagoda, a peerless power was rapidly condensing. Inside the pagoda, countless flame-shaped Tao patterns intertwined. Every time above the pagoda, the shadow of a fire rock would appear faintly, emitting an astonishing aura. It was as if 9 real fire rocks were about to rush out of the pagoda. Even some ancient saints who were watching from afar could not help but be moved. The ancestral device of the Fire Rock clan was truly terrifying. If it was an ordinary ancient saint who was suppressed in the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda, he would have been suppressed to death by the power that erupted from the pagoda. However, it was a pity that the person suppressed in the pagoda was Gu Fei, a peerless existence that showed signs of becoming a saint lord. Gu Fei stood still, allowing the power of the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda to gather from all directions. The powerful power was directly blocked by the chaotic divine light that emerged from his body. "Is this all you've got?" Gu Fei said indifferently. At this time, the forehead of the elder of the Fire Rock clan was already covered in a layer of dense sweat. From time to time, beads of sweat rolled down his face. Even the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda could not do anything to this ruthless person. How could this ruthless person be so powerful? The elder of the Fire Rock clan did not speak. He directly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda in front of him. Boom! Like pouring oil into a fire, the elder of the Fire Rock clan spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine flames on the entire Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda immediately flourished. The divine flames directly rushed out of the pagoda. They were hundreds of feet high, burning the void space into oblivion. Inside the divine flames that rushed out of the pagoda, countless flame-shaped Tao patterns were faintly discernible. This was a terrifying divine fire of the great path that could burn everything. Flames of the Way. Gu Fei, who was suppressed in the pagoda, was still very calm. This kind of divine implement could not truly suppress him. The divine fire of the great path that could burn everything in the world burned towards Gu Fei inside the pagoda. In an instant, Gu Fei was swallowed up by the divine fire of the great path. At the same time, a fire rock rushed out of each of the 9 levels of the pagoda. The 9 fire rock rushed directly towards where Gu Fei was. Endless flames of the way were playing around, burning the space between heaven and earth into oblivion. The 9 fire rocks rushed into the towering flames of the way that enveloped Gu Fei, causing the power of fire on the divine tower to increase exponentially. The power of the entire Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda was activated by the elder of the Fire Rock clan. The terrifying waves of power shocked everyone to the extreme. "All right, I'm done playing with you." Chapter 2501. The power of the Fire Rock clan's ancestral artifact was indisputable. It was a great sage artifact that could refine saints. It was a sage artifact refined by a great saint. Rumble. The Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda was shaking, and the endless fire elemental power crazily gathered towards a figure that was suppressed in the pagoda and was directly refined. The power of a great saint is indeed not bad. Gu Fei channeled the 10,000 arts to return to truth and refine the power of the fire Pong contained within the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. What? Outside the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda, the elder from the Fire Rock clan stared at the figure inside. He was shocked to the extreme. He could feel the power of the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda rapidly dissipating. Damn it. How is this possible? While the old man from the Fire Rock race was shocked, he quickly formed hand seals and shot fire elemental Tao patterns into the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. He wanted to draw out the power of a great sage. The Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda contained the imprint of a great sage powerhouse. However, under normal circumstances, the Tao imprint inside the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda was in silence. As the elder of the Fire Rock clan exerted his full strength, an aura that made all living beings' hearts tremble erupted from the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. It was as if an ancient beast that had been asleep for countless years had been awakened. This is All the experts near the ancestral land of the demon clan were shocked. It's useless. Gu Fei smiled. His state of mind had already reached the great sage realm since he had refined his heart in the secular world. He just hadn't crossed the tribulation yet. Even if a real great sage came, he wouldn't be afraid. The old man of the Fire Rock clan, was stunned by Gu Fei. This person was so powerful that he could contend with a great sage tool. It was hard to imagine. This item is not bad. It's a good gift. As Gu Fei spoke, his body blurred and disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind the old man from the Fire Rock clan. What? The old man's body immediately stiffened and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't move at all. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but he didn't dare to. A great saint artifact cannot trap me. Gu Fei's voice came from behind the old man. At this time, everyone was shocked. No one could see how Gu Fei escaped from the Red Fire Divine Pagoda. He was suppressed by the Great Saint tool, but he was still able to escape. This method was too amazing. Shwa. While everyone was still in shock, Gu Fei extended his hand, and the divine fire tower that was floating in front of the old man immediately flew into his hand. Immediately afterward, the Chaos Tao pattern rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and suppressed the Red Fire Divine Pagoda. Soon, the great sage level power fluctuation that was about to erupt gradually calmed down and was suppressed by the Chaos Tao pattern. Don't tell me you're a great sage? The old man said with a trembling voice. At this time, his clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. All right, you should be on your way. Gu Fei was about to kill the old man. However, at this time, the void shook and an ancient formation platform fell from the sky. With a terrifying destructive power, it pressed down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble, endless lightning fell from the ancient formation platform. Each lightning was as huge as a mountain. It could destroy a mountain ridge and a mountain range. There are so many annoying flies. Gu Fei looked up. When the terrifying lightning bombarded his body, it directly disappeared into the void. It was difficult to get within 3 feet of his body. At this time, Gu Fei was invulnerable. No matter how powerful the lightning bombarded from the ancient formation platform was, it couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Lao. At this time, the old man of the Fire Rock clan was surprised and happy. Without thinking, he directly turned into a fire rock and soared into the sky filled with lightning. He wanted to escape. Gu Fei sneered. Then, he extended his hand and captured the fire rock that had soared into the sky. The fire rock quickly shrank and landed in his hand. Don't kill me. In Gu Fei's hand, the fire rock returned to its original form. The old man was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei grabbed the old man in his hand and killed him, killing him in both body and soul. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as bolts of lightning that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction tore through the void. An ancient array platform had already appeared above Gu Fei's head. You don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei immediately punched upwards. Chaotic energy surged out from his fist and 9 Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Boom. With a loud bang, Gu Fei's punch broke through the layers of lightning and landed on the ancient formation platform. The ancient formation platform shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. The silhouette on the ancient formation platform almost fell from the platform. Preposterous. Lao was shocked. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He felt that things were not looking good. Perhaps the Thunder Clan was about to face a calamity. Boom. Gu Fei punched the ancient array platform once again, causing even more cracks to appear on the platform. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. I'll fight you to the death. Lao roared. He was decisive and activated the strongest move of the ancient formation platform. He then soared into the sky and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying far away. With a loud bang, the entire ancient formation platform exploded. The terrifying power of destruction swept across a radius of 10 miles and instantly swallowed Gu Fei. This time, you're still not dead. In the sky far away, Lao stopped and turned around to look. Just as Lao turned around, he was shocked. A fist enlarged rapidly in front of his eyes. Then, his vision darkened and he almost fainted from the punch. Boom! Blinding lightning burst from Lao's body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient thunder god. It seemed like he could control the life and death of all living things with just a wave of his hand. You're not my opponent. No matter how strong an ant is, it's impossible to be stronger than a dragon. Gu Fei's voice rang in Lao's ears. You. Lao was in disbelief. How did Gu Fei escape from the destructive power of the ancient formation platform? The power of the ancient formation platform was so strong that even a great saint would be injured. However, Gu Fei was unharmed. Bang! At this moment, Lao crushed an ancient talisman in his hand. A ball of lightning bloomed in his hand and instantly enveloped him. You can't escape. Gu Fei's voice was heard. A huge hand tore apart the lightning that enveloped Lao and grabbed him out of the ball of lightning. I said, you can't escape. Chapter 2502. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? Gu Fei held Lao as he looked at the saint expert who had once controlled the Thunder Clan's ancient array platform and said indifferently, You. Lao was both shocked and furious. However, his cultivation base was weaker than Lin Fan's and he couldn't resist at all. He could only allow Lin Fan to do whatever he wanted to him. His life or death was in the hands of Lin Fan. How should I deal with you? Gu Fei tilted his head and pondered. Kill me or torture me, do as you wish. Lao didn't beg for mercy because he knew that even if he begged for mercy from Gu Fei wouldn't let him off. He couldn't change anything. Since he couldn't change anything, he might as well die with dignity. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Fei didn't waste any time and slammed his palm onto the top of Lao's head. This palm caused Lao's Yuan spirit to dissipate. An expert of the Thunder Clan died just like that. Roar. Someone from the Thunder Clan roared. Lao was an ancestor-level existence of the Thunder Clan. But at this moment, this high and mighty ancestor was killed so easily. Gu Fei, the Thunder Clan, and you cannot exist under the same sky. Far in the sky, an expert of the Thunder Clan roared in anger from within a thundercloud. Humph, you don't have the ability, and yet you want to rebel. Since you guys are tired of living, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei turned around and stared at the thundercloud in the sky. His eyes were extremely sharp and a shocking killing intent radiated from his body. Go. The experts of the Thunder Clan in the thundercloud were shocked. They hurriedly activated the array and tried to escape. Rumble. Bolts of lightning appeared in the thundercloud. Every bolt of lightning contained a silhouette. This was the Thunder Clan's lightning escape technique. It was extremely fast. Do you think you can leave without my permission? Gu Fei's voice rang out, and a giant hand of chaos silently appeared in the sky. Then, it pressed downwards, sealing off the world. What? The experts from the Thunder Clan turned pale with fright. As the chaos hand slammed down, the dazzling electric lights were immediately suppressed from the sky. The electric lights dissipated, revealing 3 figures. The cultivation bases of the 3 of you aren't even comparable to that fellow from earlier. And yet, you dare to act so impudently before me? What a joke. Gu Fei's voice didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. He was like a god of death, indifferent to the lives he was about to reap. In his eyes, these 3 experts from the Thunder Clan were already dead. Run. The 3 experts of the Thunder Clan were horrified. They quickly turned into lightning and fled in different directions. Bang! At this time, Gu Fei's chaos hand suddenly accelerated and instantly pressed down. The 3 thunderbolts immediately exploded, and the figure wrapped in the thunderbolts was smashed into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were directly destroyed. An ant trying to shake a tree. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fei retracted his chaotic hand and said calmly, Every champion of the 100 Races Alliance could not have been more shocked at the sight. That ruthless person truly lived up to his name, and he seemed to be even more ruthless than the rumors described him to be. Gu Fei's sudden appearance threw the 100 Races Alliance into disarray, especially after Gu Fei's successive powerful attacks, cutting down the experts of the Fire Rock and Thunder Clan. Some saw that the tide was turning and quickly retreated. Retreat. Many clan leaders of the Hundred Races Alliance promptly made up their minds and led their clansmen away, withdrawing from the alliance's formation. Gu Fei did not stop them. There was no need to wipe out every powerful race in the Hundred Races Alliance, but while the death penalty could be spared, the punishment that must be meted out was unavoidable. As for the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan, who were the leaders of the Hundred Races Alliance, they must not be spared. With Gu Fei's thunderous attack, the so-called Hundred Races Alliance crumbled at once. The 12 killing formations operated in a frenzy, harvesting the lives of those who could not escape in time. Steel Blood, that was a satisfying battle. Let's fight again next time. That was when the saint who was battling the Steel Blood Taoist turned and left after forcing him to retreat, instantly disappearing into the distance. The Steel Blood Taoist wanted to give chase, but his opponent was simply too fast, vanishing into the night in no time at all. Do you want me to help you capture that person? Gu Fei's voice rang in the Steel Blood Taoist's mind. No need. That person is mine. There was a glint in the Steel Blood Taoist's eyes, and a powerful will to fight emanated from his body. That was a fine opponent. Very well. Gu Fei could not help nodding. The Steel Blood Taoist was ambitious. By then, the outcome had been decided. The 12 bandits and the other elites had pursued the Steel Blood Taoist for thousands of miles before stopping and retreating to the ancestral grounds of the demons. The 1,000-mile pursuit left countless corpses of the Hundred Races Alliance, and every major race had suffered a great blow. They had thought that they had the Steel Blood Taoist in the bag, but they were now caught in a counterattack. Moreover, the person who could do so was none other than Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had not appeared in 100 years, shocked the entire Starfall continent when he reappeared. It's a great calamity. The leader of a powerful race was both shocked and enraged, and then took his anger out on the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. Those two races were such bastards that they had tricked everyone. That vicious person won't let it go just like that. After the leader of a powerful race fled back to the ancestral grounds, he immediately set up a backup plan, activating the teleportation formation in the ancestral grounds and sending away the elite disciples of his race. It was not just one race that did that. The other races were doing the same, and all of them were making preparations in the face of genocide. Those people are too naive. Gu Fei, who had returned to the ancestral grounds of the demons, sat at the head of the assembly hall and muttered to himself. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble was heard at the border between the Starfall continent and the God-Down Sea. A ball of divine light suddenly exploded in the dark night. Countless severed limbs fell from the divine light. What's going on? A furious roar was heard from the ancestral grounds of a powerful race on the Starfall continent. That race had just sent away a group of elite disciples, but the soul tablets that those elites had stored in the ancestral grounds had all shattered. The shattering of the soul tablets meant that those elites were all dead. Boom! Another loud rumble was heard at the border between the Starfall continent and the God-Down Sea, and yet another ball of divine light had exploded in the night without any warning. The void was shattered in the divine light, and countless severed limbs fell from the sky. Roar! A furious roar was heard from the ancestral grounds of a powerful race on the Starfall continent. The elites of that race had all died, and the leader of that race found it hard to accept. He had wanted to send the elites of his race away to prevent them from dying at the hands of Gu Fei. Chapter 2503. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Furious roars rang out from the ancestral grounds of many large clans. Those clans that wanted to teleport their clansmen out of the falling star continent had all failed. Those who were teleported out had all died. How is this possible? Someone roared. This was truly unimaginable. One must know that the falling star continent was different from the clear moon continent and the purple sun continent. The falling star continent was incomparably vast and was the largest of the 3 continents in the outer seas. Evidently, someone had sealed up the entire falling star continent. There was only one person in the entire falling star continent who had such means, and that person was Gu Fei. Someone had already guessed this. Although the Hundred Races Alliance had been defeated and suffered great losses, The ancestral grounds of the large clans were still there. This was the foundation of the large clans. As long as their ancestral grounds were not destroyed, the clan would not be considered to have been annihilated. However, those large clans that wanted to teleport their clansmen out of the falling star continent had lost a batch of their most outstanding clansmen and suffered great losses once again. He actually sealed up the entire falling star continent. What should we do? Within the ancestral grounds of the Thunder Clan, the Thunder Clan leader was restless. The Thunder Clan was the main force of the rebellion this time around, and they were the leaders. If Gu Fei wanted to settle the score, they would be the first to be dealt with. Clan leader, it's time for that person to show himself. Otherwise, our clan will be annihilated. A middle-aged man wearing silver battle armor said anxiously. Gu Fei's methods were way too unimaginable. To think that he would actually seal up the entire falling star continent. Clearly, he had no intentions of letting off the traitors. Who do you want to show himself? The Thunder Clan leader's body radiated with lightning, as if the ancestor of lightning had descended. An incomparably powerful aura of the divine Tao emanated from his body, and lightning flashed in his eyes. Could it be? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. He had vaguely guessed something. From the start to the end, that person has never revealed his true identity before us. We've been used by someone else. The Thunder Clan patriarch sighed and said, "This." The silver-armored middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Although he knew the identity of that person, the other party was very careful and did not leave behind any evidence. That person had screwed over all the powerful races of the Starfall continent. Now that Gu Fei has even sealed up the entire Starfall continent, it looks like our clan won't be able to avoid this calamity. The Thunder Race's clanmaster said. His expression was a little gloomy. There was a high possibility that the Thunder Race would vanish into thin air in his hands. Everything seemed to have been caused by him. At the same time, the Fire Rock Race's ancestral ground was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. The Fire Rock Race's clan leader was filled with regret. He had underestimated Gu Fei's strength. This Gu Fei had actually sealed up the entire Starfall continent. This was simply the rhythm of exterminating everyone. Patriarch, are we just going to wait for death like this? An old man said to the leader of the Fire Rock Race. Then do you have a way to escape from the falling star continent? The clan leader of the Fire Rock Race glanced at the old man with despair in his eyes. When the old man heard this, he immediately stopped talking. At this moment, the entire Starfall continent, all the powerful races that had participated in the rebellion were panicking. Everyone was restless as they did not know what kind of revenge Gu Fei was going to take. However, after a night had passed, there was no movement from the demon clan's ancestral ground. Gu Fei did not do anything. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, those who knew Gu Fei's temperament were still very uneasy. In the demon clan's ancestral ground, Gu Fei and Yin had left all the aftermath matters to the Iron Blood Taoist while he and Yin entered the mountain and river cauldron to cultivate in seclusion. After cultivating their hearts for 100 years, Gu Fei and Yin had gained a lot. If it were not for the rebellion of the 100 races, they would have gone into seclusion long ago. After resolving the crisis of the 100 races rebellion, Gu Fei and Yin entered the mountain and river cauldron directly. In the depths of the demon clan's ancestral ground, in a forbidden area, an ancient cauldron floated in the void, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. The Supreme Saint weapon was extremely powerful and could isolate the power of heaven's wrath. Controlling such a Supreme Saint weapon would allow one to be unafraid of the power of heaven's wrath. However, the god within the mountain and river cauldron did not help Gu Fei and Yin for free. In order to obtain it, one had to pay a certain price. This was the way of balance. Gu Fei had paid a huge price to invite the god within the mountain and river cauldron. The god of the mountain and river cauldron had taken more than half of the origin essence of the quasi-supreme sea beast that Gu Fei had killed. The quasi-supreme sea beast was the existence closest to the supremes in this world. Its origin essence was extremely powerful and was of great use to the god of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. It was a vast expanse around him. He could neither see the sky nor the ground. It was like an infinite space. At this time, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by Tao light. His body emitted bursts of Tao sound, as if a supreme Tao Lord was chanting sutras. 9 chaos Tao patterns loomed on his body. An incomparably powerful Saint Emperor's aura spread out from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. Although his state of mind was close to the realm of great sage, great mastery, his cultivation had not broken through yet. At this time, the aura on his body was changing. He surpassed the Saint Emperor and stepped into the half-step Great Sage realm. Then, he broke through from the half-step Great Sage realm to the Great Sage realm. Gu Fei's cultivation continued to improve like a hot knife through butter. There was a rumbling sound of thunder in the sky of the demon clan. In just half a day, Gu Fei triggered the heaven's retribution. The pressure of the Great Sage Heaven's retribution made the creatures on the entire falling stars continent tremble in fear. His state of mind had reached the required level, but his cultivation was suppressed. Now, there was no need to suppress his cultivation anymore. The aura on his body was completely released. Not only did he trigger the Great Sage Heaven's retribution, but he also attracted the power of Heaven's retribution. I see. At this time, those terrified powerful clans finally knew why Gu Fei did not immediately settle the score with them. It turned out that he was preparing to cross the Heaven's retribution. This guy is really nature-defying. An old voice came from the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan. A desperate sigh also came from the ancestral land of the Fire Rock Clan. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more desperate those rebellious powerful clans were. No one wanted to see Gu Fei successfully cross the Heaven's retribution. It was best if Gu Fei's body and soul were destroyed under the Heaven's retribution. However, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron of the extreme Tao. It was unlikely that he would die under the Heaven's retribution. Boom! A loud sound rang from the outer region of the falling stars continent. Some powerful clans began to attack the huge seal that enveloped the entire falling stars continent. Chapter 2504. The tribulation of the great saint descended. Blinding bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above the entire starfall continent. Tribulation clouds covered the entire sky, and an extremely terrifying aura of destruction descended. Everyone trembled. This aura of destruction was too terrifying. Even some of the ancient saints on the starfall continent felt their hearts palpitate, and they could not sit still. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky. The world was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. The higher one's cultivation was, the more intense the feeling was. On the contrary, the mortals without any cultivation could not feel anything. The change in the sky of the starfall continent, in the eyes of mortals, was just a sign that a storm was about to arrive. At this time, the powerful clans that participated in the rebellion on the starfall continent thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They hurriedly used the resources of their clans, wanting to break the seal on the starfall continent and escape. One has to know that once Gu Fei successfully passed the tribulation, his next step would be to deal with the powerful clans that dared to rebel against him. At that time, there would definitely be a bloodbath on the starfall continent, especially the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. These two powerful clans led the rebellion, and their fates were destined to be miserable. As long as there was a chance of survival, they would not let it go. The Thunder Clan came out in full force, collecting all the important things of the clan. Under the leadership of the Thunder Clan leader, they left the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan. At the same time, the Fire Rock Clan also made a big move. The clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan took the ancestral weapon of the Fire Rock Clan and left the ancestral land of the Fire Rock Clan. At this time, inside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei was facing a great test. The tribulation of the great saint was not so easy to deal with. A whirlpool appeared in the sky above the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei's aura spread out from the whirlpool. Boom! With a loud bang, a blinding bolt of lightning shot down from the depths of the sky. It landed directly in the mountain and river cauldron and struck Gu Fei's body. So comfortable. Come on. Gu Fei abruptly raised his head and looked up. Countless electric sparks were swimming around his body, crackling and popping. His body shook, and the lightning that was swimming around his body was immediately dispersed, dissipating into the void. Gu Fei's provocative words seemed to have really angered the heavens. An even more powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed directly on his body. Under the bombardment of the destructive thunder and lightning, Gu Fei's clothes instantly turned into flying ash, and his whole body was enveloped by countless lightning bolts. His body still shook slightly, and the lightning that enveloped his body immediately dissipated, unable to harm him at all. The primal chaos indestructible martial body was extremely powerful, and even heavenly lightning could not injure it. Bolts of lightning filled with the aura of destruction continued to descend from the sky, blasting towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei continued to sit cross-legged in the sky, not moving at all. He allowed the lightning to strike him. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be stunned. No one dared to go through the tribulation like Gu Fei did. It was important to know that the tribulation was extremely powerful, and people avoided it as much as they could. Who would dare to let the lightning directly strike them? At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power of heavenly punishment had finally descended. There was no doubt that the power of heavenly punishment was powerful. In the face of the power of heavenly punishment, existences below the level of supreme martial artist and Ren Huang had no power to resist at all. However, when the power of heavenly punishment descended, the mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi emerged above the mountain and river cauldron, and a powerful force directly blocked the power of heavenly punishment. This was the method of the god within the mountain and river cauldron. The god within the mountain and river cauldron promised to block the power of heavenly punishment for Gu Fei, but he placed the power of heavenly punishment into the mountain and river cauldron. 9 major tribulations descended from the sky, each stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. However, Gu Fei still sat cross-legged in the sky without moving, allowing the tribulation to strike him. He was guiding the power of the great sage tribulation to refine his martial body. Within Gu Fei's body, the power of chaotic origin was fusing with the power of immortal divinity obtained from the immortal god ancestor. Specks of golden light melted into his power of origin. The immortal chaotic martial body was transforming into an immortal martial body. At the last moment of Gu Fei's tribulation, a few figures descended from the sky. They were not real people or living creatures, but virtual shadows evolved from the imprints of the great path left in the world by the predecessors. The real battle broke out, and 9 figures descended. These were the imprints left by the predecessors. Although they could not be compared to those who had successfully passed the tribulations and become great sages, they were still very powerful and terrifying. After more than 2 hours, the battle ended. The 9 figures were all killed by Gu Fei, turned into 9 imprints, and returned to the world. After the fierce battle, the immortal divinity in Gu Fei's body truly fused with Gu Fei's power of martial arts origin, and then became inseparable. The immortal divinity substance spread to Gu Fei's whole body. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body could be called immortal. The powerful and abnormal body allowed Gu Fei to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation of the great sage. The moment the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, a shocking aura appeared between the heaven and the earth. Great sage. At the instant that aura appeared, a black-clothed middle-aged man who sat cross-legged on a large rock on a mountain peak in the vast moon region suddenly opened his eyes. He has actually grown to this level. In the Ziyang continent, in front of the Golden Crow Palace, a middle-aged man in a purple robe suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the falling stars continent, his eyes flashing. Great sage, that guy is simply a monster. On an island in the fallen God Sea, a person who looked like a child was fishing next to a lake. When he sensed the mighty aura of the great sage, the child could not help but be moved. The peaceful days were about to become a thing of the past. This is the power of the great sage. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the world inside the mountain river cauldron, could not help but feel surprised and happy when he sensed the seemingly endless power of origin in his body. Gu Fei's state of mind was already there. What he lacked was the cultivation that complemented the state of mind. After passing the Great Sage Tribulation, he was shocked to find that his cultivation had broken through to the realm of Great Sage Great Mastery. He was only half a step away from the Holy Master. At this time, Gu Fei thought that he could defeat all the powerhouses of the same level. Even if it was the existence of the Holy Master, he would not be without the power to fight back. Although Gu Fei succeeded in passing the tribulation, he did not come out immediately. At this time, Yin also triggered the Heaven's Tribulation. The terrifying power of heaven and earth once again descended on the falling stars continent, causing all the powerful creatures to tremble as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 2505. Yin Er's tribulation was more daunting than dangerous. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron was very reliable this time, and nothing unexpected happened during Yin Er's tribulation. The Sacred King tribulation lasted for a long time, a full 24 hours. During these 24 hours, all living beings on the Starfall continent were terrified. I didn't think that the little girl would undergo her tribulation too. Far away in the Golden Crow Palace on the Purple Sun continent, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was very surprised. He had already guessed why Gu Fei and Yin had suddenly disappeared over the past 100 years. Entering the secular world to cultivate is also a path that can increase one's cultivation and realm. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang sighed and didn't say anything else. Although Gu Fei had returned, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang did not head to the Starfall continent right away. He had already received the news that the entire Starfall continent had been sealed by Gu Fei. At this time, no one could enter the Starfall continent, and of course, no one could leave the continent either. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had long known about the 100 Races Alliance's rebellion, but he did not say anything. It was none of his business, and he was unmoved even when someone came to ask him to come out of seclusion. No one knew better than him whether Gu Fei was dead or alive. It was obvious that someone had purposely spread the news of Gu Fei's death overseas with the goal of throwing the 3 continents into chaos. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang knew very well that as long as Gu Fei was still alive, the 100 Races Alliance on the Starfall continent would not be able to do anything. The terrifying Sacred King tribulation passed, and the terrifying might that filled the world gradually dissipated. On this day, all the cultivators on the soaring dragon ancestral planet were indescribably shocked. There was actually someone who dared to undergo the tribulation when the power of heavenly retribution was still present. Was that not courting death? However, the tribulation lasted for a full 24 hours. Some people guessed that the person undergoing the tribulation had probably successfully passed it. Even some Empyrean saints were shocked. After all, Empyrean saints had lived for countless years, and they knew that there were some places on the soaring dragon ancestral planet where even the power of heavenly retribution could not descend. In a place like this, it was theoretically possible to avoid the heavenly wrath and successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this kind of place was very dangerous in itself. It was a famous dangerous place. No one dared to rashly enter. There were some dangerous places that could even devour saints. There seemed to be such a dangerous place overseas. No one expected that the place where Gu Fei and Yin were undergoing their tribulations was actually inside an ancient cauldron. Since ancient times, only an extreme saint tool like the mountain and river cauldron, which contained the void of the world, could allow people to undergo tribulations without worrying about the power of heaven's wrath. After the Great Tribulation, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the entire falling star continent began to dissipate, and the power of divine retribution also retreated deep into the sky. Only then did the countless living beings on the falling star continent breathe a sigh of relief. The sky was high, and the air was cool. A divine sun hung high up in the sky and sprinkled down endless divine splendor. In the ancestral land of the demon race on the Starfall continent, in order to celebrate Gu Fei and Yin Er's success in overcoming their tribulations, Crimson Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others had started preparing early in the morning. The ancestral land was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely lively. Even the unaging demon child, who had not shown himself for a long time, appeared in the ancestral land of the demon race. The powerful clans of the falling star continent had all sent gifts. These fellows had previously attacked the ancestral land of the demon race with the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. Today, however, they had sent rare treasures to curry favor with Gu Fei. These fence-sitters are really thick-skinned, Crimson Dragon said angrily. Although he said that, he still accepted the treasures from the powerful clans. One should know that these rare treasures were good stuff. Senior brother, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? Yao Yu frowned when she saw Crimson Dragon accept the rare treasures from the powerful clans. Haha, junior sister, why would it be inappropriate? It would be a waste not to accept them. Are we going to return these things to those fence-sitters? Crimson Dragon said disapprovingly. That's true. Yao Yu smiled and said, Senior brother, are you going to give me half of these things? You little girl. Crimson Dragon was a little helpless. He took out half of the rare treasures and gave them to Yao Yu. He was extremely jealous of them. It should be mentioned that the powerful clans that wanted to curry favor with Gu Fei had always sent him the best items. Any one of these items was rare in the world. Thank you, senior brother. Yao Yu put away the rare divine treasures and left with a smile on her face. Crimson Dragon shook his head when he saw Yao Yu happily leaving like a little girl. He then turned around and headed back to his master's place. In a quiet forest deep inside the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei and Yin were holding hands on a small path in the woods. They were walking slowly, neither of them speaking. At this point in time, words were already unnecessary for them. I wonder where our daughter is now. Yin broke the silence between the two. Are you worried about her? Gu Fei said with a smile. No, Yin said. Then why are you? Gu Fei was a little surprised. I just miss her all of a sudden. Yin said. Gu Ling was her daughter that she had been pregnant with for 10 months. Thus she naturally loved her dearly. As a mother, Yin would always miss her daughter when she was out adventuring alone. Do you want me to ask someone to bring our little princess back? Gu Fei's gaze toward Yin became even gentler. There's no need for that. How can our little princess become a true expert without going through some training? Yin was well aware that a flower in a greenhouse would never amount to much. That's true. Gu Fei nodded. They did not speak further. They held hands and strolled in the woods, enjoying the moment of peace. Crimson Dragon did not disturb Gu Fei and Yin. He waited outside the woods. Compared to the woods, hearty laughter could be heard coming from other places in the demon race's ancestral land. The Iron Blood Taoist was greeting the experts who had come to congratulate Gu Fei and Yin on their success. Heaven Monarch Ziyang of the Purple Sun continent was here too. He had to come since Gu Fei had succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. Supremacy South Heaven of the Clear Moon continent had also come from the Clear Moon continent. It was rare for the three martial highnesses to meet each other in the past 100 years. It had never happened for the three martial highnesses to show up at the same time. The arrival of the three martial highnesses shocked everyone. It seemed like Gu Fei was quite influential. Normally, it was difficult to even meet one of the three martial highnesses. Gu Fei and Yin preferred peace and quiet, thus they did not want to attend such banquets. The Iron Blood Taoist was in charge of greeting the guests. Unaging Demon Child, Supremacy South Heaven, and Heaven Monarch Ziyang, my master wants to see you. Chapter 2506. Red Dragon had no respect for the three sacred venerables. The three of them had lived for countless years, yet they had still been defeated by his master. This guy. Everyone was shocked when they heard Red Dragon call the three sacred venerables by their names. A true dragon that was not even a sacred dragon dared to do this. Even if his master was Gu Fei, it was still a bit too much. Although the others were shocked, the three sacred venerables were very calm and did not show any dissatisfaction, as if they already knew why Gu Fei had summoned them. The unaging demon child and the others walked out and followed Red Dragon, leaving the place. After Red Dragon and the three sacred venerables left, the place immediately became noisy. Everyone whispered to one another, trying to guess why Gu Fei had summoned the unaging demon child and the others. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu and the others wore unsightly expressions. They had vaguely guessed why Gu Fei had summoned the unaging demon child and the others. It was impossible for the three sacred venerables to be completely unaware of the rebellion in the Falling Stars continent. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the beast race, in a quiet forest, two people were sitting inside a pavilion. One was a young man in a black robe, while the other was a fairy in a white robe. Black and white contrasted beautifully with each other. At that moment, a tall man in a crimson robe walked toward the pavilion along a path in the forest. Three people followed behind him. Among the three, one was wearing a purple robe and was shrouded in an immortal aura, as if he was Emperor Xian who had descended from the nine heavens. It was obvious that his identity was extraordinary at a glance. As for the other person, it was a child around 7 or 8 years old. This child wore a longevity lock around his neck. It was as if he had walked out of a painting. The last person was shrouded in a divine light. A halo could be vaguely seen behind his head, and a faint moan of the great Tao could be heard coming from his body. These three people were the three sacred venerables of the ocean, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the unaging demon child, and Supremacy South Heaven. These three holy sovereigns represented the three strongest orthodoxies in the outer sea. Celestial the Arch Ziyang was the successor of the Tao ancestor, a true immortal sovereign. As for the unold demon child, he was the holy venerate of the demon clan. He ruled the demon clans of the demon clan and was recognized as the demon lord of the demon clan. Compared to the demon lord of the Tanglong continent, the unold demon child was more powerful and terrifying. On the other hand, the South Heaven Divine Highness represented the God Path. The God Path had always been mysterious, thus not many successors of the God Path were active in the world. Qi Long brought the three Saint Venerables to the pavilion, and then he stopped next to it. The three Saint Venerables walked directly into the pavilion and stood in front of Gu Fei and Yin Er. The three of them were still calm. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the unold demon child and the other two behaving like this. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Gu Fei calmly glanced at the unold demon child and the others and said, "I'm truly sorry. I've been traveling the Divine Fall Sea for the past 100 years. I had no idea that something like this had happened." The unold demon child said calmly. Many people knew that he had been traveling, but he was not afraid that Gu Fei would investigate it. The South Heaven Divine Highness and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang exchanged glances with one another. This unold demon child was quite cunning. He had completely distanced himself from the matter with a single sentence. "What about you two?" Gu Fei glanced at the South Heaven Divine Highness and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. The South Heaven Divine Highness pondered for a moment and said, "Since the situation of the three great continents was settled, I've returned to the Clear Moon continent and cultivated in seclusion. I have no idea what's happening in the outside world." "Me too. I've sensed that a great change is about to happen, so I've chosen to cultivate in seclusion too," Heavenly Monarch Ziyang added. For experts like you, 100 years is nothing. It's just a snap of the fingers. If that's the case, you should all leave," Gu Fei said after a slight hesitation. "What?" Outside the pavilion, Red Dragon was surprised after hearing Gu Fei's words. Did his master just let the three old fogies go so easily? Yes. A strange look flashed across the eyes of the three Saint Masters at the same time. They bowed to Gu Fei and left the pavilion. Then, they turned around and walked along the forest path, leaving the forest. The woods were extraordinary. The trees here were the rare fiery phoenix trees. The trees were red in color, and their leaves looked like fiery phoenixes soaring in the sky. "Master, this?" The Red Dragon was puzzled. He walked into the pavilion. Why did his master let the three of them go? It was impossible for the three of them to not know that the powerful tribes of the Falling Stars continent were about to rebel. It's not a bad thing to pretend to be clueless about some things, Gu Fei told Red Dragon. He knew that the three sacred venerables were definitely lying through their teeth, but he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. The three of them were still very useful to him. Moreover, their fates were in his hands, and there was no way they could escape his grasp. However, Red Dragon wanted to say that he didn't have a good impression of the three old fogies. If not for Gu Fei's timely return, he would have become a prisoner of the 100 Races Alliance. "All right, this matter is settled. There's no need for you to say anything else. I have my own plans." Gu Fei interrupted Red Dragon. Yes. Red Dragon had no choice but to accept the reality. "You can leave too," Gu Fei told Red Dragon. Yes, master. The red dragon hurriedly bowed towards Gu Fei, then retreated from the pavilion and left the Fire Phoenix forest. The banquet outside continued, but the main character of the day didn't appear at the banquet. This made all the guests feel a little disappointed. Although they were disappointed that they couldn't see Gu Fei and Yin Er, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, things were different now. Gu Fei's domineering return had changed the entire Falling Stars continent and even the 3 other continents. The Falling Stars continent had suffered the greatest impact. After several days of celebration, Gu Fei began to make his move. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan couldn't break the seal that enveloped the entire Falling Stars continent. Only a few special transportation formations in the ancestral grounds of the demon race could be used to enter and exit the continent. The transportation formations in the ancestral grounds of the demon race were special passageways that connected directly to the other 2 continents. Chapter 2507. The moon was high up in the sky. The ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan was extremely quiet. It was pitch black, and there was no light at all. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the sky above the ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan. It was as if the figure had appeared out of thin air without any signs. Even the great formation protecting the ancestral ground has been removed, the black-clothed man muttered to himself. He could not sense any aura of experts here. It was not that there were no people in the ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan, but those who remained were all old, weak, women, and children. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man's figure directly disappeared into the void. Soon, the black-clothed man reappeared in the sky above the ancestral ground of the Fire Rock Clan. However, the situation of the Fire Rock Clan was the same as the Thunder Clan. There were only a few old, weak, women and children left in the ancestral ground of the Fire Rock Clan. All the experts and treasures of the clan had disappeared. Good fella. He even used this move against me. The black-clothed man was a little angry. This person was Gu Fei. He planned to personally exterminate the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan, but it seemed that things were not as simple as he had imagined. However, the people of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan would definitely not be able to escape from the Falling Stars continent. Gu Fei was very confident about this. The great formation that enveloped the entire Falling Stars continent could not be broken even by a Saint Venerable, let alone the fact that the Fire Rock Clan and the Thunder Clan did not have a Saint Venerable. Even if the Fire Rock Clan and the Thunder Clan had a very deep foundation and might have extremely powerful saint weapons, when Gu Fei laid down the Great Formation, he used a supreme saint weapon to suppress the formation core. With such a supreme divine weapon to suppress the formation core, even someone as strong as the unold demon child would find it difficult to break the Great Formation with the Black Tortoise Seal. They want to break up and escape the crisis of extermination. Gu Fei smiled. This seemed to be the best method that the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan could use at the moment. It should be known that the Falling Stars continent was the largest continent among the 3 great continents. The Falling Stars continent was incomparably vast. If the people of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan wanted to hide, it would not be an easy task to exterminate these 2 clans. If that's the case, then I'll leave the task to the other powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent. Gu Fei immediately thought of an idea. Then, he returned to the ancestral grounds of the Demon Clan and told the Iron Blood Taoist to send a decree to the various clans of the Starfall continent. The entire Falling Star continent's cultivation world went into an uproar as soon as the decree was issued. All the powerful clans who were trembling in fear of Gu Fei's revenge were pleasantly surprised. After that, all the powerful clans began to move. They hunted down the members of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan all over the world. In just a short period of time, a storm of blood swept through the Starfall continent. In order to avoid being exterminated by Gu Fei, all the powerful clans were pursuing the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan with all their might. Only the fresh blood of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan could be exchanged for Gu Fei's pardon. Master's move is truly brilliant. In the ancestral land of the demon race, Red Dragon, Yao Yu, and the Iron Blood Taoist sat together, drinking and chatting. There were only some ordinary dishes on the table before them. At their level of cultivation, eating was just a way to satisfy their cravings. Those two clans are simply too despicable. They brought this upon themselves. Yao Yu said, it's just like that famous saying, if you don't court death, you won't die. The Iron Blood Taoist suddenly sighed. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan were definitely the most powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent after the Rock Clan. It would be a pity if he couldn't make use of such power. Well said. Who said that? Qilong nodded. That's a wise saying. It's been around since ancient times. I wonder who said it. Iron Blood Taoist said. Really? Red Dragon said. While the three were having a small gathering, Gu Fei and Yin decided on an important matter. In a pavilion on a spiritual peak in the ancestral land of the demon race, Gu Fei stood in front of the window and gazed at the bright moon in the sky. He knew it was time for him to return. Yin stood behind Gu Fei and looked at her husband without saying anything. Gu Fei was like a wanderer who wandered the world. No matter where he went, he would return to the Tunglong continent in the end because that was his homeland. In the following days, Gu Fei prepared to return to his homeland. While Gu Fei was preparing to return to his homeland, the reconstruction of the Violet Spirit Cave had also reached its final stage in another area of the Falling Stars continent. Gu Ling was still in seclusion. The place where she was cultivating was completely enveloped by the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth. The spiritual qi there could even be seen with the naked eye. The awakening of the sage bloodline had caused Gu Ling's cultivation to increase greatly. However, as her cultivation soared, her state of mind could not keep up. Gu Ling spent most of her time in seclusion to improve her state of mind. Once her state of mind had stabilized, she began to break through to the almighty realm. No one knew when Gu Ling would come out of seclusion. Naturally, no one knew the relationship between Gu Ling and Gu Fei. In fact, even Qilong, Yao Yu, and the other personal disciples of Gu Fei did not know that they had a junior sister, let alone the others. Half a month later, in the Falling Stars continent, an ancient formation platform in the ancestral land of the demon race was finally repaired. This was a formation platform that could travel to and from the Tunglong continent. In the distant past, the experts of the Falling Stars continent could travel to the Tunglong continent through the formation platform. Some of the great sects of the Tunglong continent could also travel to the Falling Stars continent through the formation platform. However, ever since the great changes of the ancient times, the Tunglong continent and the three great continents had been cut off. At this time, the god in the mountain and river cauldron was completely asleep. Even Gu Fei could not wake up the god in the mountain and river cauldron. Without this super antique repairing the formation platform, Gu Fei always felt uneasy. This was a one-way formation platform. No one knew where it would be transported to in the Tunglong continent. Once it was transported out, it was possible that it would not be able to return. This was not what Gu Fei wanted. He knew very well that once he left the Falling Stars continent, the situation in the Falling Stars continent that had just been stabilized would be broken. The unaging demon child and the other two fellows could not be counted on. Gu Fei knew that among these three fellows, there was a high possibility that one of them was the mastermind behind this rebellion. Otherwise, why would the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan dare to rebel? It was obvious that these two clans were supported by someone. What should I do? Gu Fei was troubled. He gathered his subordinates in the conference hall of the Demon Clan's ancestral ground for a discussion. Master, what's so difficult about this? Don't you have two incarnations? Just let one of them go on your behalf. Zhuge Liang waved his folding fan and suggested to Gu Fei. Not bad, Master. This method is feasible. Red Dragon stood up and said. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was not a secret that Gu Fei had two incarnations. Many people knew about it. The indestructible battle avatar and the immortal sovereign Dao body were both Gu Fei's incarnations. The immortal sovereign Dao body was even more extraordinary. It had an independent mind that ordinary incarnations did not have. It seems like this is the only way. In the end, Gu Fei had no choice but to accept this method. The next morning, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of the formation platform. With a flash of divine light, a figure walked out from his body. It was a black-robed young man who looked no different from Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. He did not use the immortal sovereign Dao body. One should know that the immortal sovereign Tao body was like Gu Fei's second life. He could not afford to lose it. However, the indestructible battle physique was different. Even if it was destroyed, Gu Fei would only lose a strand of his divine sense. Swoosh. The figure of the indestructible battle physique appeared on the ancient formation platform. Then, the runes on the ancient formation platform began to light up. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth gathered from all directions and entered the platform. Buzz. The void trembled as a portal opened above the platform. Behind the portal, there was only darkness. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique ascended into the sky and walked into the portal. Then, the portal closed and disappeared into the void. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This ancient teleportation platform could actually transform into a void gate. Could it be a void domain gate from ancient times? Then, the crowd in front of the ancient formation platform dispersed. Gu Fei also returned to the fiery phoenix forest in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race to accompany Yen-Er. A few hours later, above a mountain in the Tang Long continent, the void suddenly rippled like water. Then, a portal completely formed by runes appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the tightly shut door opened and a figure walked out from the open door. It was a black-robed young man. This young man was not extremely handsome, but it was not hard to see. Especially this young man, he had a resolute temperament. "I'm finally back," the black-robed young man looked at the sky and said. At this moment, the portal behind the black-robed young man disappeared in the void. The trembling void also gradually calmed down. This person was the indestructible battle physique of Gu Fei, who was sent to the Tang Long continent by the ancient teleportation array from the Falling Stars continent. To a certain extent, this person was also Gu Fei. In the next moment, a strong wave of divine sense spread out from Gu Fei's body and instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he disappeared into the void. The Xianfeng sect was only a small sect in the extreme north of the Tanglong continent. However, on this day, a small group of demons came to the Xianfeng mountain. A great battle broke out. However, very soon, the small group of demons killed their way into the Xianfeng sect. The cultivators of the Xianfeng sect were either killed or injured. It seemed that they could not resist the demons. Chapter 2508. Although the Blackwind sect was only a small sect, it still had a celestial immortal patriarch standing guard over it. However, the leader of this small group of demons who had suddenly attacked the Blackwind sect was a demon who could fight against a celestial immortal. Kill. Within the Blackwind sect, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The celestial immortal patriarch was engaged in a fierce battle against the demon. Immortal light and demonic energy clashed violently against each other, and the two powerful forces smashed apart half a mountain. Immortals and demons were fighting, and the explosive power of the two experts shattered the mountain ridges and sank the earth. The destructive power was incomparably terrifying. Haha, be good and accept your death. Come, no need to struggle. The demon, whose entire body was covered with demonic energy, laughed loudly. Powerful demonic energy condensed into an enormous demonic hand, which grabbed towards the celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind sect. The one who should die is you. The celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind sect let out a furious roar. One immortal rune after another appeared on his body, blocking the attack of the demonic energy. Rumble. The celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind sect waved his hands, causing beams of swordlight to shoot up into the sky, destroying the demonic hand that was descending from the heavens. Nothing more than a deathbed struggle. The demon's cold voice rang out once more. The demon's left hand was gripping a devil pearl, and one soul after another was gathering towards it from every direction, entering it. Soul-devouring pearl, you, the celestial immortal patriarch, was enraged. He knew very well that anyone whose soul was devoured by the soul-devouring pearl would be doomed eternally. In the end, their souls would be completely destroyed. Every time the demons killed someone, a soul would be devoured by the soul-devouring pearl in the hands of the leading demon. In less than an hour, The soul-devouring pearl had devoured hundreds of souls. The souls of cultivators were far more powerful than the souls of ordinary mortals. Even if they died, their souls wouldn't easily dissipate into the world. The demons collected the souls of cultivators for the sake of increasing their cultivation base and strength. The more powerful the soul, the more valuable it was to the demons. "Give me your soul, and I can leave your corpse intact." The demon's arrogant voice rang out. He already had victory in his hands. It was not difficult to destroy the profound wind sect this time. The soul of a sky immortal old ancestor was comparable to the souls of countless ordinary cultivators. Preposterous. The celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect was enraged. Naturally, he would not give up his soul. No one would do such a thing, especially not an undying celestial immortal. Theoretically speaking, celestial immortals generally wouldn't die so easily, as they possessed nearly endless lifespans. However, this was only relative. Celestial immortals could still be killed. Even sages could die, much less celestial immortals. Divine immortal light exploded forth as the celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind Gate unleashed a savage immortal energy that dispersed the surrounding demonic energy as he charged towards the fiend. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two silhouettes quickly separated from each other. A powerful shockwave swept out, and the last pavilion in the profound wind sect exploded. Not bad. Looks like I'll have to get a bit more serious. The fiend laughed. The more powerful this celestial immortal was, the more delicious his soul would be, and the more soul force it would contain. Devouring a soul like this would definitely be a form of enjoyment. Swish. As the fiend spoke, he spat out a demonic saber which chopped towards the celestial immortal patriarch. Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the saber, emanating a terrifying demonic aura. This was a powerful wave of demonic energy which tore through the void and instantly arrived before the celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind sect. The terrifying saber energy completely enveloped the celestial immortal patriarch. What? The celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind school was shocked. With but a thought, a golden beam of light shot out from his body, striking towards the devilish saber that was chopping down towards him. Clang! The celestial sword and the saber collided, and the golden celestial sword was knocked flying by the saber. The golden celestial light dissipated as it wailed. Swish! The saber flashed, and the celestial immortal patriarch's right arm was instantly chopped off. Grr! The celestial immortal patriarch let out a furious roar as he flew backwards, wanting to dodge the incoming saber. However, the saber was incredibly fast, and it immediately caught up to the celestial immortal patriarch, who had been sent flying backwards. What? The celestial immortal patriarch was completely shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. When the fiend saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. That incomparably delicious soul was about to become his own. However, just as the fiend thought that the celestial immortal patriarch of the Blackwind sect was about to die to his own saber, a giant hand suddenly reached down from the heavens, grabbing the saber. Everyone was stunned by this sight. The fiend suddenly raised his head to stare at the sky, only to see a black-robed youth staring coldly down at him. The youth's right hand was currently gripping his own saber. Crunch! The black-robed youth exerted some force with his right hand, causing the saber in his hand to instantly shatter apart. The demonic runes branded within the saber immediately dissipated. Ugh! The body of the fiend trembled violently when the saber was crushed. He spat out a mouthful of demonic blood, and his face became incomparably pale. The destruction of the demonic artifact he had refined was a huge blow to the fiend. A powerful demonic artifact had actually been crushed by this black-robed youth with his bare hands. When the fiend saw this, he immediately turned and fled. This black-robed youth who had suddenly appeared was simply too powerful. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, the fiend immediately fled, not hesitating at all. Humph! The black-clothed young man in the sky sneered and directly stretched out his hand, immediately grabbing the demon like he was grabbing a chick. Don't kill me! The fiend was scared out of his wits. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this black-robed youth would be this powerful. In front of this black-robed youth, he was less than an ant. This black-robed youth was none other than Gu Fei, who had just returned to the Tanglong continent from the Falling Stars continent. To be precise, this was Gu Fei's indestructible combat body. This indestructible combat body was actually equivalent to Gu Fei's personal presence. Because a strand of Gu Fei's divine sense had entered this indestructible combat body, all the actions of this indestructible combat body came from Gu Fei's heart. In the eyes of Gu Fei, this little fiend was not even a small shrimp. He clenched his fist and directly destroyed the fiend's body and soul. At this time, the celestial immortal old ancestor of the Xinfeng sect was already stunned. A fiend who had almost killed him actually died just like that. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving me. Chapter 2509. The Xinfeng sect was located between the extreme North Demon region and the Central Plains. This was a very troublesome place because the demons in the extreme North Demon region were gradually becoming restless. Just like this time, if Gu Fei hadn't encountered the Xinfeng sect, it would have been annihilated by a small group of demons. Gu Fei learned about the current situation in the northern part of the Tanglong continent from the celestial immortal ancestor of the Xinfeng sect. The extreme North Demon region and the Central Plains were no longer separated. Some powerful demons in the extreme North Demon region had opened up a few passageways between the extreme North Demon region and the Central Plains. This allowed the demons of the extreme North Demon region to invade the Central Plains through these passageways. The abyss of immortals and demons was between the extreme North Demon region and the Central Plains. It was very difficult for the demons to invade the Central Plains without opening up other passageways. However, it was different now. The demons in the extreme North Demon region were becoming more and more restless. Of course, the power of heaven's wrath still existed in this world. Those peerless demons in the extreme North Demon region didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. However, incidents like the Xinfeng sect happened from time to time. Demons would often enter the border between the extreme North Demon region and the Central Plains through the passageways to kill human cultivators and collect their divine souls. As the power of heaven's wrath gradually weakened, the peerless expert who suppressed the entire extreme North Demon region by himself seemed to be unable to do as he wished. On a mountain peak 1,000 li away from the Xinfeng sect, Gu Fei stood on the peak and looked towards the direction of the abyss of immortals and demons. He saw that in that direction, immortal light and demonic qi were sometimes soaring into the sky. The abyss of immortals and demons still existed. It was a dangerous place in the Tanglong continent. Whether it was an immortal or a demon, as long as they entered this dangerous place, their cultivation would be suppressed. Their cultivation would be reduced to that of a mortal. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain peak. In the next moment, he appeared 1,000 li away. He saw an ancient bridge extending from the sky above the abyss into the immortal light and demonic light. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see through the rising immortal light and demonic qi. This place is extraordinary. Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at the abyss in front of him. At this time, it was already late at night. The mountain wind blew, making whooshing sounds from time to time. In the silence of the night, such a sound would make one's hair stand on end. The abyss of immortals and demons itself was an ominous place. Returning to this old place, Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the time when he and his martial uncle Dan Qinzi had joined forces to fight the devil Chu Gu. Back then, he and his martial uncle had been chased by Chu Gu in the extreme North Devil region, and they had narrowly escaped from the extreme North Devil region. After so many years, it was unknown how powerful Chu Ji's cultivation had become. Yin Er's Pill Cauldron Paradise is nearby, Gu Fei muttered to himself. The northern part of the Tanglong continent was under the rule of an ancient empire, the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom's territory and the northern Devil region were only separated by the abyss of immortals and devils. The Yin Kingdom had built many cities in the northern lands. Gu Fei knew that there was a northern mountain city near the abyss of immortals and demons. However, at this time, He couldn't sense any human population within a radius of several thousand li. From time to time, some devils from the extreme North Devil region would come out to hunt human cultivators, causing panic in the nearby areas. Those who could leave had already left this bitter and cold land. Only a few cultivation sects were still holding on. It must be known that the northern lands was the gateway for the demons from the extreme North Devil region to enter the Central Plains. Those powerful sects in the Central Plains would send their experts to the northern lands to hold the fort. However, no one knew when the devils from the extreme North Devil region would come out to kill them. Just like this time with the Profound Wind sect, the experts from the big sects in the Central Plains wouldn't be able to rescue them in time. Perhaps by the time they arrived, the Profound Wind sect would have already been exterminated by the demons. Gu Fei didn't sense the gathering place of the human race, but he sensed that there was an obscure and powerful aura coming from a mountain ridge 1,000 li away. Ignoring that person, Gu Fei headed straight for the Pill Cauldron's paradise. This was Yin Er's sect. The master of the Pill Cauldron's paradise was Yin Er. This was because Yin Er was the only one left in the Pill Cauldron's paradise. The Pill Cauldron's paradise was hidden within a spirit formation. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, the spirit formation that enveloped the entire Pill Cauldron's paradise was nothing. Arriving at the forest outside the Pill Cauldron's paradise, Gu Fei recalled the time when he was plotted against by the Dongfang family and was struck by the 9 nether blackbone arrow. Back then, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If Yin Er hadn't stepped in to save him, there probably wouldn't be the Gu Fei of today. Gu Fei would never forget Yin Er's life-saving grace. Back then, Yin Er had stuffed him into the medicine cauldron and refined him like a spiritual medicine. At the thought of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Then, Gu Fei walked in the air. With one step, he passed through the spirit formation outside the Pill Cauldron's paradise and entered the Pill Cauldron's paradise. Revisiting an old place, Gu Fei didn't feel sad nor happy. The spiritual qi still lingered around the paradise. It wasn't deserted because of Yin Er's departure. On the contrary, the spiritual medicine in the medicinal field was growing vigorously. A few of them were even breathing in and out the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth on their own. Back then, he had stayed here for a period of time. This place was empty. It was as if no one had discovered this paradise during this period of time. Looks like I'll have to rearrange it. Gu Fei knew that it wouldn't be long before the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. At that time, the sage would come out. In the eyes of the sage, no matter how well this paradise was hidden, it would still be discovered. Therefore, Gu Fei set up another killing formation outside the spirit formation of the Pill Cauldron's paradise. This way, even the sage wouldn't dare to have any ideas about this paradise. After setting up the killing formation, the sky was already bright. It was already the morning of the second day. Gu Fei didn't stay in the Pill Cauldron's paradise for long. After setting up the killing formation, he left the Pill Cauldron's paradise and once again came to the abyss of immortals and demons. The immortal light and demonic qi here, even during the day, were still vast and mighty. However, this kind of immortal light and demonic qi was extremely chaotic and not suitable for refining. Gu Fei descended from the sky and looked at the ancient stone bridge in front of him. After pondering for a while, he walked onto the stone bridge. At this moment, on a short mountain beside the stone bridge, a Taoist in green sat with his eyes closed on a large rock. The moment Gu Fei stepped onto the stone bridge, the Taoist opened his eyes. Chapter 25:10. The abyss of immortals and demons was truly strange and frightening. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei's cultivation was suppressed the moment he stepped onto the ancient stone bridge. There was an unimaginably powerful force that locked down the void. It seemed to be able to suppress any powerful creature, even a heavenly Venerable. Of course, Gu Fei's real body was still in the meteor-falling continent. However, even with this indestructible battle physique, his battle prowess was definitely above the sage level. What kind of force is this to be able to suppress even a sage? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked when he stepped onto the ancient stone bridge. Immortal light and devil qi were vast and mighty outside the stone bridge. The extremely chaotic aura seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Who is that person? He actually dares to walk onto that bridge. At this time, on a short hill next to the ancient stone bridge, an azure-robed Taoist was extremely shocked. He was the guardian of the stone bridge. His job was to prevent demons from entering Yin country's territory through the stone bridge. The azure-robed Taoist had been guarding this place for many years, but he had never seen anyone who dared to walk onto the stone bridge. This was because the secret force of the abyss of immortals and demons was very evil. Walking onto the stone bridge would suppress one's cultivation. Even someone as powerful as a sage was no exception. The azure-robed Taoist didn't say anything to stop him. He already knew who this black-robed youth was. He had rushed over to the Shinfeng sect after the incident and found out what happened from the celestial immortal ancestor. A person who could easily kill an immortal-level demon must have some background. Perhaps he was an expert from one of the ancient powers. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the ancient stone bridge. Does he want to enter the demon domain? The azure-robed Taoist's eyes flickered. The demons were becoming more and more restless. However, there were also experts from the human race who entered the demon domain to hunt down the demons. However, there was no one like this black-robed youth who directly walked across the stone bridge. One must know that anyone's cultivation would be completely suppressed on the stone bridge. Even those who possessed secret treasures and forbidden artifacts were the same. There had never been an exception. Gu Fei was fearless as he continued forward. This indestructible battle body of his contained an undying divinity. Unless a paragon acted, no one would be able to destroy this battle body. Along the way, Gu Fei discovered that the wide surface of the stone bridge was covered with marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. He even saw many bones scattered on the bridge. Some of the bones were sparkling like jade and still had divinity. It was clear that they were the bones of immortals who had fallen. Gu Fei wasn't surprised. It had to be known that in his battle with Chu Gu, many people had died on this ancient stone bridge. Naturally, no one would bother to collect their corpses. Gu Fei was the only one walking on the bridge. Not many humans and demons had the courage to walk on such an ancient bridge. The feeling of having their cultivation suppressed was not a good one. Shwa. Gu Fei suddenly sped up. Taking a step forward, he instantly covered a distance of several hundred meters. Even though his indestructible war physique's cultivation base had been suppressed, the power of his indestructible war physique was still incomparably formidable. The strength of this indestructible war physique was definitely not below a martial physique of the Saint Realm. Gu Fei moved rapidly on the stone bridge like a phantom. His speed was extremely fast. This was the power of the indestructible war physique itself. Very soon, he saw the opposite side of the stone bridge. There was a towering demonic aura there. The demons had built an impregnable pass there, and there were powerhouses of the demons guarding the pass. What is that? Just when Gu Fei was only a few miles away from the other side of the abyss, a black-armored demon dweller suddenly screamed on that impregnable pass. A human is approaching this place. At this moment, another demon dweller cried out. The entire impregnable pass filled with demonic aura immediately became a bit chaotic. There was actually a human who wanted to cross the ancient stone bridge into the demon domain. How many years has it been? I didn't think that there would be another human who dares to take this path. A tall figure surrounded by demonic aura appeared on the walls of the impregnable pass. This demon dweller's body emitted an incomparably powerful demonic aura. At this moment, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the impregnable pass. He stopped on the stone bridge. The walls of the impregnable pass were hundreds of feet high and were built with a kind of pitch-black stone. This stone was not an ordinary stone. There was a faint demonic aura lingering on it. This was a special kind of demonic stone in the northern demon domain. It was called the Black Demonic Stone. In the northern demon domain, some important demon cities were built with this kind of demonic stone. This kind of demonic stone contained a demonic aura. Although this demonic aura was very weak, it could prevent the demonic runes branded on it from dissipating. Release the arrows. The demon dweller on top of the wall gave an order. Immediately, beams of demonic light shot out from the arrow towers on both sides of the wall. Each beam of demonic light contained a demonic arrow that emitted a powerful demonic aura. Humph! Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the demonic arrows shooting towards him. He stood there motionlessly, watching as the demonic arrows came within 10 feet of him before they all fell to the ground. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The instant the demonic arrows entered the range of the ancient stone bridge, their demonic light dissipated and they turned into ordinary metal, falling onto the bridge. The immortal devil abyss forbids all innate techniques and techniques. The demon dweller on top of the wall couldn't help but frown. If he wanted to kill the human on the bridge, he would have to cross the ancient stone bridge. Since the human dared to take this path, he definitely had something up his sleeves. Someone go and bring his head back. The demon cultivator on top of the city wall pointed at Gu Fei, who was on the opposite ancient bridge. He did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. I'll go. A golden-haired youth walked out from behind the demon dweller. This youth had a pair of blood-red eyes, but other than his pupils, the rest of his eyes were golden. Very good. Jin Kuan, show us the methods of the 6th demonic palace. The demon dweller said. Jin Kuan came from one of the strongest powers in the extreme North Demon region. Be it in the past or present, the 6th demonic palace was one of the strongest powers in the extreme North Demon region. I'll be right back. The demon dweller from the 6th demonic palace, Jin Kuan, was extremely arrogant. He leaped down from the top of the wall. Bam! When he landed on the ground beneath him crumbled. Jin Kuan's demonic body is extremely tough. Seems like he's already cultivated the Vajra demonic body. The black-armored demon on the top of the city wall said. Behind the demon dweller in black armor stood many other demon dwellers. These demon dwellers were from the various powers in the extreme North Demon region. This impregnable pass was jointly managed by the various powers in the extreme North Demon region. Human, prepare to die obediently. Chapter 25:11. You're a demonic being from the 6 Paths Demon Palace. Looking at the golden-haired demonic being who was walking over, Gu Fei squinted his eyes. From the slits of his eyes, a glint could be seen. The 6 Paths Demon Palace was definitely no stranger to him. Back then, the 6 Paths Demon Lord had once hunted down Gu Fei. That peerless demonic saber, the Sky Demon Saber, was the ultimate treasure of the 6 Paths Demon Palace. At this moment, the moment Gu Fei heard the name of the 6 Paths Demon Palace once more, he recalled the scene of Chu Gu wielding the Sky Demon Saber and chasing after him. Back then, Chu Gu was chased away by Dan Qinzi and the other powerful beings. Even till this day, Lin Fan did not know if this powerful being was still alive or not. One had to know that the fights between the various demons of the extreme North Demon region were extremely intense. Even though Chu Gu was the first son of the 6 Paths Demon Lord, there was still the risk of him falling. A puny human like you dares to speak of the 6 Paths Demon Palace? The golden-haired demonic being, Jin Kuan, looked at Gu Fei as though he was looking at a dead man and remarked coldly, "SK, who the hell are you? Does your master know that you're so cocky?" Gu Fei looked at Jin Kuan in disdain. You? A sharp glint flashed across Jin Kuan's blood-colored eyes when he heard this. A wave of chilling, killing intent immediately emerged from his body. Even the first son of the 6 Paths Demon Lord, Chu Gu, wouldn't be as cocky as you in front of me. Gu Fei replied in disdain. What? You know my senior brother? The moment Jin Kuan heard this, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. To think that this human would know his big senior brother. And not only that, he wasn't killed by his big senior brother. How could that be? At the thought of this, Jin Kuan's forehead was already filled with a thin layer of sweat. Since you're someone from the 6 Paths Demon Palace, that's perfect then. Gu Fei did not say anything more as he walked forth. Even though he looked like a mortal without any powerful aura emanating from his body, Jin Kuan could not help but stumble back a step. Damn it! Jin Kuan held out. At this moment, he was actually feeling fear. And the source of his fear was none other than this human before him. To think that he would be scared stiff by a puny little human. He found it hard to accept this reality. Schwa. Jin Kuan was both shocked and angry at the same time. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the approaching Gu Fei. His 5 fingers were like hooks, directly grabbing at Gu Fei's head. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed Jin Kuan's right hand. Then, he closed his fingers and squeezed hard. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Jin Kuan's hand. The devils on the walls were all startled. They were very clear on Jin Kuan's strength. Jin Kuan cultivated the diamond devil body of the devil race, and his devil body was incomparably powerful. But now, Jin Kuan, who was famous for his powerful demonic body, had his hand crushed by someone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a thing had happened. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei had already swung the Jin Kuan wheel and slammed it down on the surface of the ancient stone bridge. This single smash was extremely powerful. Even someone as strong as Jin Kuan had to spit out blood. His demonic body was not light at all, and the bones in his entire arm were shattered. How could this be? Jin Kuan could not accept this reality. To think that he would be defeated so thoroughly. To think that he would be captured by the other party in a single exchange. To think that he wouldn't even be able to retaliate at all. Weren't you really cocky? Gu Fei chuckled out as he looked at this powerful being from the 6 Paths Demon Palace lying beneath his feet. He had a feeling of satisfaction as though his hatred had been vented. Back then, he was being hunted down by Chu Gu and nearly died. Right now, he was taking revenge with all his might. Cough, cough. Jin Kuan coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as his face turned extremely pale. He wanted to stand up. However, Gu Fei stomped down on his chest so hard that he could barely breathe, let alone stand up. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Jin Kuan was indignant. To be defeated in the hands of a human like this had him feeling extremely aggrieved. One had to know that he couldn't even use his demonic skills on the ancient stone bridge. If he could leave the ancient stone bridge and fight outside, he might have a chance to defeat this fella. Haha, all right. I'll let you die in peace then. As he spoke, Gu Fei directly grabbed Jin Kuan from the ground and strode down the ancient stone bridge. He then threw Jin Kuan towards the top of the city wall. Jin Kuan had no choice but to throw himself towards the group of demonic beings on the city walls. Damn it! On top of the city wall, the black-armored demon was both shocked and furious. He hurriedly stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Jin Kuan, who was flying towards him. A powerful demonic force immediately surged out from his hand. However, the force of Jin Kuan's attack did not weaken in the slightest. What? The black-armored demonic being could not help but be taken aback. Hurriedly, he turned into a shadow and dodged to the side. Now that this demonic being had dodged, the group of demonic beings behind him were in for it. The dozen of them wanted to dodge Jin Kuan's attack as well, but it was too late. Jin Kuan smashed right into the group of demonic beings. Cries of shock and pain rang out. The dozen of demonic beings were sent flying by the force of Jin Kuan's attack. Some of the weaker demonic beings even spat out a mouthful of blood, having received a huge impact. Roar! Only at this moment did Jin Kuan let out a roar. A terrifying demonic aura burst forth from his body. It was as though an ancient demonic beast had awakened within his body. After sending the group of demonic beings flying, Jin Kuan's cultivation base had finally recovered. His entire body soared into the sky as a torrential demonic aura surged out from his body. Damned human! Sounds of bones cracking could be heard from Jin Kuan's body. His body was undergoing a transformation right now. His shattered bones were starting to repair themselves, and the finger bones that were crushed by Gu Fei were regenerating at a rapid pace. A ball of black demonic light with specks of gold shone out from his body as his aura continued to rise. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the city walls. Gu Fei's figure had appeared there. You shouldn't have allowed me to recover my cultivation base. Jin Kuan was like a peerless demon that had just been born. The demonic aura from his body was earth-shattering. His voice was extremely cold as he glared down at Gu Fei with a pair of bloodshot eyes. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. I can squash you to death with a single wave of my hand. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at Jin Kuan in the sky as he said these words calmly. You. The moment Jin Kuan heard these words, he was enraged. However, at the same time, he felt his heart palpitate. Could this human be so strong that it was unimaginable to him? Chapter 25:12. In the extreme North Demon region, a black sun seemed to have appeared in the sky above the abyss of immortals and demons. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from the black demonic light and shook the surroundings. As the personal disciple of the demon lord of six paths, Jin Kuan's cultivation was extremely powerful. Black and gold demonic marks appeared on his body. Kill. Without any hesitation, Jin Kuan's aura rose to its peak and he made his move. The demon sun, floating above the city wall, pressed down on the figure below the city wall. Rumble. The entire city wall shook. All the demons in the city wall were shocked to the extreme. They scrambled to escape the city wall. At this moment, even the demons wearing demonic armor had retreated far away. The other demons had already escaped the city wall. So powerful. This human is going to be out of luck. Someone muttered. Jin Kuan's strength was undeniable. There were no weaklings under the demon lord of six paths. In the past 1,000 years, the demon lord of six paths had already become a saint among demons. Some great demons even said that the demon lord of six paths was just the incarnation of a terrifying demon ancestor from the outer domain in the human world. In fact, the fact that the extreme North Demon region could exist for so many years was enough to prove the problem. There was a reason why it could exist until now. It was just that the reason was not known to outsiders. The Demon Palace of Six Paths was a demonic force that had always existed in the extreme North Demon region. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was standing on the city wall, raised his head and looked at the demon sun that was descending from the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. How dare you look down on me? Go to hell. Jin Kuan's enraged roar came from the demon sun, and a terrifying demonic power came crashing down from the sky, shaking the city walls made of black demon stones. On the black demon stone, demonic runes were constantly appearing, triggering a powerful demonic force that stabilized the crumbling city tower. This city gate was not simple. It was definitely built by an expert among the demons. Some of the demons had set up a demonic formation in the city gate. It would not be easy to destroy this city gate. Bang! On top of the city wall, Gu Fei merely stomped his foot, and the entire city wall collapsed. The strength of his stomp was unimaginably strong. Even the black demon stone couldn't withstand the force of Gu Fei's stomp. The black demon stone shattered, and the demonic patterns on it dissipated. What? Far in the distance, all the powerful beings of the demons who were watching this scene were shocked to the extreme. To think that this human would be this strong. At the same time, Gu Fei soared into the sky with the force of this stomp, directly charging towards the demon sun that was emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that was suppressing down from the sky. This, from afar, Gu Fei looked just like a moth that was flying towards a black fireball. It was as though he was digging his own grave. However, only Jin Kuan, who was facing Gu Fei directly, could tell that this moth wouldn't die even if it were to fly into the true godly sun in the sky. Boom! With a single punch, Gu Fei shattered the devil sun that Jin Kuan had conjured. The immense force penetrated through Jin Kuan's body, and a malevolent demonic shadow was sent flying out of Jin Kuan's body. Wah! Jin Kuan cried out tragically as he was sent flying into the skies, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. He was in disbelief. To think that the other party could destroy the Vajra demon body of the demons that he had painstakingly cultivated with a single punch. This was an outcome that he could not accept. However, Jin Kuan had no choice but to accept this reality. Sure. All Jin Kuan could see was a figure flashing before his eyes. To think that the human that he had viewed as an ant would appear right before him. That faint smile on the other party's face was the scariest smile in the entire world to Jin Kuan. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei extended his right hand and gripped the top of Jin Kuan's head with his fingers. He then channeled one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal's Way, Body Snatch, and read through Jin Kuan's memories. The demon lord of the Six Paths and Chu Gu are both still alive. Now that Gu Fei knew what he wanted to know, he exerted some force with his right hand, and Jin Kuan's head exploded into a mist of blood. Jin Kuan's soul did not manage to escape, and he died in the hands of Gu Fei. To think that you would kill the personal disciple of the demon lord of the Six Paths. Up in the skies, the armored powerful being of the demons was shocked to see that this human had killed Jin Kuan. After all, Jin Kuan was someone from the demon palace of the Six Paths. The demon palace of the Six Paths had existed for countless of years, and their foundations were extremely deep. All the major forces of the extreme North Demon region were extremely wary of them, and would not dare to offend them easily. So what if I've killed him? So what? Gu Fei spun around furiously and looked at the powerful being of the demons in the skies. This powerful being of the demons was even stronger than Jin Kuan. He was an existence that was half a step into the saint state. But of course, an existence as such was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. Sure. Looking at how Gu Fei was looking at him, the powerful being of the demons could not help but be taken aback. Turning around, he turned into a streak of demonic light and tried to escape. Humph! Gu Fei scoffed coldly as he stretched out his hand once more. Instantly, a gigantic golden palm appeared between the heaven and earth, encompassing the entire world within it. It was as though the entire world was under the control of Gu Fei. That demonic light descended from the skies immediately. When the demonic light dissipated, the figure of the powerful being of the demons appeared once more. Bang! The gigantic golden palm pressed down, causing the void to tremble. That powerful being of the demons did not even have the chance to scream before his body and soul were destroyed by the gigantic golden palm unleashed by Gu Fei. In the eyes of Gu Fei, a demonic being that was as strong as a half-saint was merely an ant. Run! Seeing how powerful and ferocious Gu Fei was, the other powerful beings of the demons immediately scattered in all directions to escape. Sure! Immediately, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a streak of golden sword light towards those escaping powerful beings of the demons. As the golden sword light flashed, powerful beings of the demons fell from the skies one after another. In just a few breaths, those powerful beings of the demons were all killed by the golden sword light that Gu Fei had spat out. Not a single demon could escape. After killing all the powerful beings of the demons, Gu Fei slapped out with his palm, destroying the city gate that was constructed by the demons. All the demons that had not managed to escape in time were killed instantly. Gu Fei went on a killing spree. He had no mercy for the demons. One should know that the demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings. Showing mercy to the enemy was equivalent to being cruel to oneself. Demon Monarch of Six Paths is still here. Chu Gu is still alive. Very good. Gu Fei stood in the skies and looked towards the depths of the North Demon region. Under the dark skies, no one knew how many demons were hiding. After that, Gu Fei pushed forward. He was very confident in the combat strength of this indestructible war body. Bang! In front of a demon city, a demon shadow was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by a huge golden hand. The strongest being of this demon city died in the hands of a human just like that. On this day, the North Demon region was shaken. All the forces of the demons were in an uproar. All the forces of the demons had received the news that a human was going on a killing spree in the demon region. Not long after, in another demon city, a huge golden hand descended from the sky, capturing all the demon experts in the demon city. Not a single one of them was spared, and all of them were directly obliterated by the huge golden hand. Gu Fei was hunting. He walked in the North Demon region. Everywhere he went, the powerful demons were killed, leaving only some weak demons. The weak demons couldn't cause any trouble. However, the powerful demons were different. Once these demons rushed out of the North Demon region, it would be a disaster for all the creatures in the Tonglong continent. Hongyu City was one of the 7 ancient demon cities in the North Demon region. In the past, Gu Fei came to Hongyu City and fought with people endlessly. Although this ancient demon city had experienced countless years, it still stood tall in the North Demon region. No one could destroy this ancient demon city. Before nightfall, a black-robed young man arrived outside the ancient demon city. That savage of the human race is here. An expert of the demon race noticed Gu Fei outside the Scarlet Moon City and shouted, "What? That fierce human dares to come here? Is he tired of living?" Some of the devil race experts were shocked beyond belief. The ferocious aura of the fierce human had already spread throughout the North Demon region. The demons in Hongyu City couldn't sit still when they heard the arrival of the fierce human. At this moment, the tower of Hongyu City was filled with troops of demon soldiers. A few powerful demon auras came out from the tower. The demons guarding the city were on high alert. Some powerful demon generals personally went up to the top of the city wall. I wonder if the city lord of Hongyu City is still Ming Lang. Gu Fei stood outside Hongyu City. He recalled many things. He had once fought with Zhao Mu, an expert of the demon Dao, here and defeated him in the end. It was also here that he witnessed the demonic aura of the city lord of Hongyu City and the third son of the demon monarch of Six Paths for the first time. As the city lord of Hongyu City, Ming Lang was naturally not afraid of the demon monarch of Six Paths. However, the strength of the seven luminaries' demon son had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although the seven luminaries' demon son was powerful, he was still killed by the son of the great demon Venerable. Gu Fei found out about this from Jin Kuan's memories. He couldn't help but sigh. Even someone as powerful as the seven luminaries' demon son had fallen in the fierce battle in the North Demon region. From this, it could be seen how fierce the battle between the various demon clans in the extreme Northern Demon region was. Who are you? Chapter 25:13. Crimson Moon City was different from ordinary demon cities. This was an ancient demon city that had existed since ancient times. Some people guessed that beneath these ancient cities, there might be unimaginable great demons suppressed. At this time, the sky was dark, but Crimson Moon City was brightly lit. Powerful demon cultivators were constantly rushing towards the city gates. The news of the human race's vicious slaughter in the extreme northern demon region had already spread far and wide. Many demonic path powerhouses wanted to see this great human calamity. They wanted to see whether or not this great human calamity had 3 heads and 6 arms and dared to slaughter his way to Crimson Moon City. Is that Ming Lang still alive? Call him out to welcome me. Gu Fei stood in front of the gates of Crimson Moon City and shouted to the demon general on top of the city gate tower. What? Everyone on top of the city gate tower was shocked to the extreme when they heard this. Ming Lang was the city lord of Crimson Moon City. In the entire northern demon region, only a few people dared to call him by his name. In the past 1,000 years, Ming Lang's cultivation had been soaring. During the appearance of the chaotic world, this demon cultivator had successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation of the demon saint, becoming the only demon cultivator in Crimson Moon City to become a demon saint since ancient times. This great demon of the human race is truly savage. An expert of the devil Dao said, "You're courting death." The demon general on top of the city gate tower roared angrily. He leapt up from the tower and pounced towards Gu Fei in front of the city gate. Like a demon eagle pouncing on its prey, the demon general's pounce was fast, ruthless, and accurate. A pair of sharp claws directly clawed at Gu Fei's head. You overestimate yourself. Gu Fei didn't care about this demon general at all. He waved his right hand and a golden sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, cleaving the demon general in half. He casually struck out a sword light and killed a demon general. When the demon cultivators gathered on top of the city gate tower saw this, they were instantly shocked. As the saying goes, only a fierce dragon would cross the river. This great demon of the human race dared to kill his way into the northern demon region. He must have some ability. Is there anyone in the Red Moon City who dares to come out and fight? Gu Fei's gaze swept across the group of demonic path experts on the city gate tower. None of the demonic path experts dared to look him in the eye. They hurriedly avoided his gaze. It's you. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from the city gate tower. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man looking at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief.
Yes.
Gu Fei felt that this middle-aged man seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. However, he was unable to recall where he had seen him before. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly stretched out his hand and tore off his clothes. On his right chest, there was a bowl-sized scar. "It's you, Xiaomu." Seeing the scar on the middle-aged man's right chest, Gu Fei finally remembered who this middle-aged man was. It was Xiaomu, a descendant of an aristocratic family in the Crimson Moon City. Back then, Gu Fei had fought with this Xiaomu. Xiaomu's right chest was pierced by Gu Fei's sword, and he had nearly died to his own sword aura. "Who are you?" Xiaomu asked agitatedly. Back then, he had tasted the aura of death. It was still fresh in his memory, and he dared not forget it. However, Xiaomu had never expected that after 1,000 years, he would still be able to meet the person who had pierced his right chest with a sword. Back then, after he had recovered from his injuries, he began to track down the person who had severely injured him. Soon, he found the people from the Haotian merchant group. After asking around, no one knew the origin of this person. Chu Tian from the Haotian merchant group had also left the far north demon region. At that time, the far north demon region was almost completely isolated from the outside world. It was impossible for Xiaomu to leave the far north demon region and enter the central plains to look for Chu Tian. Gu Fei's sword back then had become a shadow in Xiaomu's heart that was difficult to erase. The existence of this shadow had greatly affected his cultivation. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and Xiaomu had only cultivated to the peak of the almighty realm. He was not even a half-saint. "You don't seem to be qualified to know who I am now." Gu Fei looked at Xiaomu and shook his head. Back then, he was a cultivation genius in the Red Moon City. Unexpectedly, he had fallen to such a state. He did not dare to have any emotions. "You?" Xiaomu was enraged when he heard this. However, he immediately came to his senses. Just now, Yi Futian had casually struck out a sword light that could kill a guard in the Red Moon City. Such a cultivation was indeed much higher than his. One should know that the Red Moon City was different from the ordinary demon city. The demon generals in the Red Moon City were extremely powerful. Every demon general had at least the cultivation of a half-saint. Where is the great catastrophe of the human clan? Just as Xiaomu was in a state of shock and anger, a loud shout came from within the Crimson Moon City. Then, a figure rushed up the city gate tower like a phantom. That is, at the moment that person rushed up the tower, the group of demon clan experts on the tower immediately retreated in all directions, not daring to approach this person. "It's Xiong Tu, the mad demon," someone exclaimed. The person who was called Crazy Demon was a middle-aged man with fluffy hair and a scarlet gourd in his hand. He was sloppy from head to toe. "It's really this lunatic." Many people recognized this middle-aged man. "Where is the great catastrophe of the human clan? I'm going to put him into the gourd to brew wine. Let's see how fierce he can be then." This crazy demon Xiong Tu said drunkenly. "The great catastrophe of the human clan is in front of the city gate." Someone reminded Crazy Demon. "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Crazy Demon scolded. At the same time, he pulled out the stopper of the scarlet gourd in his hand and pointed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Fei. "Great catastrophe of the human clan. Come in," Crazy Demon said, and slapped the bottom of the scarlet gourd with his right hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void shook, and the mouth of the scarlet gourd immediately produced an extremely powerful devouring force. Gu Fei did not dodge and allowed the devouring force from the scarlet gourd to envelop him. He immediately leaped up and flew towards the scarlet gourd. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body rapidly shrunk and was sucked into the scarlet gourd. What great catastrophe of the human clan. Just SOSO. Crazy Demon said in disdain, and then stuffed the scarlet gourd in his hand. Seeing this scene, all the demon clan experts were dumbfounded. This great catastrophe of the human clan was sucked into the gourd by Crazy Demon so easily. This was something that no one had expected. However, at the next moment, Crazy Demon lost his composure. The gourd in his hand vibrated violently and almost flew out of his hand. What's going on? Crazy Demon was extremely shocked. He was well aware of the power of his gourd. Any powerful living being that was sucked into the gourd would only end up dead. Chapter 25:14. The scarlet gourd in the insane demon's hand vibrated violently. Crimson demonic patterns emerged on the scarlet gourd and interweaved into a demonic diagram. Preposterous. At this moment, the insane demon could no longer remain calm. He directly sat cross-legged on the Void City Tower and then activated his demonic technique in an attempt to suppress the powerful force that erupted from the scarlet gourd. Crimson demonic light emerged on the insane demon's body, and a powerful demonic force erupted. Crimson demonic patterns rushed out of the insane demon's hands and were imprinted on the scarlet gourd. This method of directly using demonic patterns to suppress the enemy was already the strongest technique that the insane demon could use. The Crimson Tao patterns triggered a powerful demonic force that suppressed the interior of the scarlet gourd. The scarlet gourd that was suspended in front of the insane demon gradually calmed down. The unimaginable existence in the gourd should have been completely suppressed at this time. However, just when everyone thought that the human clan savage was about to be killed by the insane demon with the gourd and felt relieved, a loud bang suddenly erupted. Boom! The scarlet gourd actually exploded and a figure rushed out. An extremely powerful aura instantly appeared in this corner of the world. You! The insane demon who was sitting cross-legged in front of the scarlet gourd was really shocked. He only felt an irresistible force erupt, and his entire body was sent flying. The mad demon smashed directly into the forest outside the Crimson Moon City's gate, and the forest immediately became a mess. What? At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. No one would have thought that such a scene would happen. The crazy demon's gourd would actually explode from someone's overexertion. Crimson demonic patterns vanished in the void. That's all. Gu Fei's figure appeared high in the sky. He took a step forward and directly left the city wall. He appeared in the sky above the insane demon and stomped down with one foot. Rumble! Gu Fei's right leg pulsed with an incomparably powerful energy. As he stomped down, a thunderous roar immediately rang out from beneath his right leg. This was the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. With Gu Fei's current level of cultivation, he could shake the entire space with just one step. Roar! A roar came from the forest below Gu Fei, and a demonic power burst out from Mad Demon. With him as the center, all the trees within a radius of 12 miles were instantly turned into ashes, completely disappearing. Kill. Mad Demon was extremely ferocious. He directly waved his right fist and blasted upwards. Powerful demonic power spread from his fist. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot collided with Mad Demon's fist, causing a muffled sound. The void between the two shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The crazed demon stared at his right arm in disbelief. At this moment, his entire right arm was covered in countless cracks. Then, his entire arm crumbled into a bloody mist under the crazed demon's own gaze. How is this possible? All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were stunned by the scene in front of them. One must know that Mad Demon was a famous great demon in the northern demon region. Even Mad Demon was no match for this great demon of the human clan. Just how powerful was this great demon of the human clan? Some people directly retreated. Not many people could intervene in a battle between existences like this. If one's cultivation was not high enough, being affected by the power of such existences would definitely result in death. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly displayed his strongest combat strength and took the second step. With this step, with Gu Fei as the center, the void within a radius of more than 10 miles cracked into pitch-black spatial cracks. The power displayed by the second step of the 8 kill steps was too strong. With this step of Gu Fei, the entire void became unstable as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei's foot directly crushed Mad Demon's left hand. Bang! Gu Fei's foot stepped on Mad Demon's left shoulder. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Mad Demon's body. The bones on the left side of his body seemed to have completely shattered. Wah! Mad Demon spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably ferocious. He fell from the sky like a meteorite. The powerful impact directly smashed a large pit on the ground. Dust flew up on the ground, instantly covering Mad Demon's figure. Mad Demon actually lost. On the city wall of Red Moon City, Zhao Mu, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was really unbelievable. This person was actually strong to such a degree. Even at this time, Zhao Mu still did not know who Gu Fei was and what his background was. In that battle years ago, Gu Fei had some scruples and deliberately hid his identity. Although Zhao Mu later investigated the Haotian trading group, he did not find anything in the end. Swish. At this moment, in the dust below, a blood-colored demonic light shot up to the sky. Within the demonic light, a figure was wrapped. Mad Demon was actually running away. Mad Demon was an exception in the Northern Demon region. He had always been incomparably strong and extremely protective. This demon had been in the world for many years, but no one had ever heard of this demon being defeated. But now, this demon who had never been defeated was running for his life. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A golden palm appeared high up in the sky, emitting endless golden light, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The golden palm became infinitely large, covering the entire world and sealing the void. That mad demon couldn't escape at all. He was directly knocked down from the sky by the mighty power of the golden palm. Roar! I'll fight it out with you. Mad Demon was completely enraged. His entire body emitted waves of red demonic light. He was burning his life yuan qi, causing his strength to soar. The powerful aura was earth-shattering. It's still not enough. Gu Fei laughed. The golden palm that shrouded the entire world directly pressed down from the sky. No matter how crazily that mad demon attacked the golden palm, he couldn't move it in the slightest. When the golden palm landed, Mad Demon's body and soul were directly destroyed. Mad Demon was dead. He was killed by the great demon of the human race with a single slap. All the demonic experts on the city wall of Red Moon City couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This great demon of the human race truly lived up to his reputation. Who else dares to come out and fight? Chapter 25:15. Gu Fei was indeed a ferocious human to be able to intimidate a group of demons with his own strength, causing them to not dare to come out and fight. Damn it! Do you think our Crimson Moon City has no one? A demonic cultivator said unwillingly. Quick, go get the Ming clan's people. Someone turned and jumped off the city wall, quickly disappearing from Crimson Moon City. Although there were a few demonic forces in Crimson Moon City, the true ruler of the city was the Ming clan. The city lord, Ming Lang, was a demonic saint. In the extreme North Demon region, there were not many demon saints on the surface, but the city lord of Red Moon City was one of them. Only a person of this realm guarding ancient demon city could have a deterrent effect on the pure-blooded demons or the experts of the demon Dao. In the extreme north, pure-blood demons were very rare. Most of the forces that controlled the entire area were demonic cultivators from the human race. Of course, the true rulers of the extreme north weren't the demonic cultivators, but the rarely seen pure-blood demons. The Ming clan in Crimson Moon City was a human demonic clan. Those who entered the demonic path would be affected by the demonic energy in the demonic path. Those who walked on the demonic path were very murderous, competitive, and wouldn't easily yield. Who dares to cause trouble in my Crimson Moon City? Very soon, a furious roar rang out from within Hongyu City. Then, a figure appeared in the dusky sky and quickly made his way towards the city gate. Swoosh! Very quickly, a figure flashed on top of the city wall. A young man in black, shrouded in demonic energy, appeared on top of the city wall. He was very fast. This person had long black and white hair. He was handsome, but he gave off an evil vibe. His eyes were sharp and fierce. Another demonic cultivator is here to die. Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the young demonic cultivator on top of the city wall. He could feel a powerful energy from this young demonic cultivator. However, the energy in this young demonic cultivator was very obscure. Only someone at the level of Gu Fei could sense it. This guy isn't simple. He has hidden himself well. Gu Fei thought. However, those who hid well still had to die. When this young devil appeared, Gu Fei had already sentenced him to death. You're the great calamity of the human race. When the young devil cultivator saw Gu Fei, he immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. This made his heart palpitate, and he did not dare to be careless. A great calamity of the human race. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. I've heard that a great ferocious being of the human race had killed his way into the demon's domain and had killed quite a number of powerful beings of the demon's path. Seems like it's you then. The young devil looked at Gu Fei, and his evil eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. I see. Gu Fei was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he would be given such a fierce name by these people of the Devil Dao. The name Great Ominous Human Race seemed pretty good. You're from the Ming family of Scarlet Moon City. Gu Fei said expressionlessly as he looked at the young devil cultivator on top of the city wall. Humph, the little city lord is here. Great ominous human race, why don't you obediently come out and accept your death? Before the young demon expert could speak, an old servant silently appeared beside the young demon expert, pointed at Gu Fei, and said sternly, Humph. Gu Fei's expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, a golden sword chi immediately rushed out from his hand towards the old servant. Don't even think about it. When the young devil cultivator saw Gu Fei's sudden attack, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He hurriedly used the demon's path, and a ball of demon light rushed out from his body, blocking the golden sword chi. Little city lord, how can I let you deal with this person personally? The old man directly rushed up to the sky, his hands glowing with demon light, wanting to rush towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! At this moment, the demon light shot out by the young devil cultivator was instantly split in half by the golden sword chi that Gu Fei casually shot out. Within the demon light, there were demon patterns dissipating. What? The old servant was shocked. Roar! The old servant next to the young devil cultivator roared and attacked with all his strength. A ball of terrifying demonic light burst out from his body, and within the demonic light, a demonic hand grabbed at the golden sword chi that was slashing towards him. If it was an ordinary sword chi, it would immediately dissipate after being caught by the demonic hand. Unfortunately, the sword chi that Gu Fei had unleashed was not something that an ordinary sword chi could compare to. Swoosh! The golden sword chi fell, and the pitch-black demon hand was directly destroyed by the sword chi. The invincible sword chi instantly slashed through the ball of demon light. A blood-curdling scream sounded, and the old servant's body fell from the sky. What? The young devil cultivator was shocked and angered. No one knew better than him the cultivation and strength of his old servant, but this old servant was killed by his opponent in a single move. Little city lord, are you Ming Lang's son? Gu Fei sized up the young devil cultivator and said, That's right, my father is the city lord of Hongyu City. At the mention of his father, the young devil cultivator's face revealed a trace of arrogance. His father was a demon saint, and having a father like that was enough to make him proud. Call your father out. You are not my opponent. Gu Fei retracted his gaze. Although this young devil cultivator was strong, he did not put him in his eyes. In the entire Hongyu City, the only person who could fight against him was probably the city lord of Hongyu City, Ming Lang. Humph! Only by defeating me will you be qualified to see my father. The young devil cultivator stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. At this time, his body emitted a powerful demon chi, releasing a shocking battle intent. Do you really want to fight against me? Gu Fei looked at the young devil cultivator on top of the city wall mockingly. That's right. You killed my servant. This battle is unavoidable. The demonic look on the young devil cultivator's face became even more obvious. In the depths of his eyes, demonic marks could be seen faintly. His black and white hair fluttered without any wind. Do you know the consequences of fighting against me? Facing this young devil cultivator, Gu Fei was not interested in fighting. One must know that this kind of battle was meaningless to him. You dare to look down on me? The young devil cultivator was enraged. This great ferocious human actually dared to look down on him. This was unforgivable. Boom. The young devil cultivator moved his mind, and a peerlessly powerful demon chi immediately erupted from his body. A black millstone rushed out from his dantian and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura that caused all living beings in the heavens and earth to tremble. The demonic millstone rotated and lines of demonic marks appeared on its surface, interweaving into a mysterious demonic diagram. Under the majestic and destructive force, it swept towards Gu Fei, a saint weapon of demons. Chapter 25:16. Haha, what great catastrophe of the human race. Go to hell. The young devil laughed arrogantly. This was the fate of those who looked down on him. The devil wheel was a demonic tool refined by a demon saint. It was extremely powerful and could kill all living beings below the saint level. In the eyes of the young devil, Gu Fei was already a dead man. One should know that the power of heaven's wrath still existed. A saint-level demonic tool was enough to suppress all experts. Even an ancient saint would have to retreat. Although this great catastrophe of the human race was powerful, he might not be able to compare to an ancient sage. This great catastrophe of the human race is dead for sure. An expert of the Devil Tao said with a gloating tone, I didn't expect the little city lord to have the world-exterminating demonic wheel. This great catastrophe of the human race is going to end tragically. Some of the demonic path powerhouses saw through the origin of the grinding wheel in the sky and were all incomparably shocked. It's not the real world-exterminating demonic wheel. It's just a replica. A devil expert of the older generation said, one should know that the legendary world-exterminating demonic wheel had the power to destroy the world. It was definitely not an ordinary demonic tool. Looks like the power in your body is this thing, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was still as calm as ever. There was not a trace of panic on his face. An incomparably powerful demonic aura descended from the wheel in the sky, locking the void around him. What did you say? The young devil expert was stunned. This great catastrophe of the human race was too calm. Facing the attack of a demonic tool refined by a demon saint, he did not show any signs of panic. He felt uneasy. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. He directly blasted a punch upwards. No powerful energy fluctuations could be seen coming from his body, but the demonic wheel that came crashing down from the sky started to shake. What? Seeing this scene, the young devil expert was shocked to the extreme. The devil experts on top of the city gate of the Red Moon City were also dumbfounded. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This great catastrophe of the human race is actually using his flesh and blood to fight against the demon saint weapon. All the devil experts found it hard to believe that the body of this great catastrophe of the human race was actually this powerful. This was really unimaginable. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as the world-destroying demonic wheel pressed down. Streams of demonic chi descended from above like demonic dragons. The power of destruction obliterated everything, and the void was silently annihilated. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of this kind of demonic might. He went up against the sky and punched upwards once again. This time, a powerful fist force erupted from his fist, scattering the demonic chi that fell from the demonic wheel and directly shaking the demonic saint weapon. Your physical body is actually this powerful. The young devil cultivator was truly moved. Only now did he realize that he had seriously underestimated this human race great calamity. This human race great calamity was able to sweep through the abyss of immortals and demons and directly kill his way into the devil domain. This was enough to prove his strength. In fact, no one could tell that Gu Fei wasn't a real person. The indestructible battle body wasn't a real person, but a battle tool that had been refined. Even ancient sages and ancient devils would find it difficult to see through Gu Fei, let alone ordinary Devil Tao experts. Break for me, Gu Fei roared. At this time, he no longer hid his strength. His right fist punched upwards with all his strength. The strongest force surged out from his fist, annihilating the void wherever it went. Golden Tao patterns emerged on the surface of his golden fist. Gu Fei's punch had attracted the power of the great Tao. Boom! Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war that had descended to the world. He forcefully broke through the layers of demonic power that came from the world-destroying demonic wheel and punched the world-destroying demonic wheel. Everyone was dumbfounded. This great calamity of the human race was truly too ferocious. Gotcha! The demonic wheel emitted a cracking sound. Cracks spread out from the center of Gu Fei's fist that struck the world-destroying demonic wheel. The demonic patterns that appeared on the world-destroying demonic wheel immediately dimmed. Boom! In the next moment, the entire world-destroying demonic wheel collapsed with a loud bang. A ball of demonic light appeared, and within the demonic light, there were countless demonic patterns dissipating. The moment the demonic artifact shattered, an extremely powerful destructive force erupted, instantly enveloping the void within a 10-kilometer radius. The young demonic cultivator was also swept into this destructive storm. Roar! The young demonic expert roared. 9 demonic lights emerged from his body in succession. The 9 demonic forbidden weapons shattered on his body, releasing the power of 9 devil saints. The power that erupted from these 9 devil Dao forbidden weapons prevented the young devil cultivator from being instantly torn to pieces by the mighty storm of destruction. However, the 9 demonic lights soon disappeared. Without the protection of the demonic power, the young devil was directly destroyed by the destructive force. His body and soul were both destroyed. The moment the young devil master died, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock suddenly opened his eyes in a secret chamber in the depths of Red Moon City. 2 rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared, and the middle-aged man's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. Power is dead. How is this possible? He has the world-destroying demonic wheel that I gave him. The middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched a few times. In the next moment, he stood up from the futon and disappeared from the secret chamber. At this moment, the entire Red Moon City was shrouded by a ball of demonic light. The destructive force wreaked havoc outside the Red Moon City, directly destroying an area. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hongyu City's Great City Protecting Formation was activated in time, blocking all the mighty destructive power, allowing the group of demonic Dao powerhouses on top of the city wall to escape. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the city wall. Who is it? Who killed my Howler? As soon as that person appeared, he immediately grabbed the neck of a Devil Dao expert. He lifted the tall Devil Dao expert up and said fiercely, "City Lord." When the other demonic experts saw the middle-aged man, they were all shocked to the extreme. It's not us. It's the human race great murderer that killed the young city lord. Someone hurriedly said, "The human race great murderer." The middle-aged man then threw the person in his hands aside and turned around to look outside the Red Moon City. The world-destroying demonic wheel that I refined has been destroyed. Chapter 25:17. Meng Lang was extremely shocked that the world-destroying demonic wheel was destroyed. One should know that the world-destroying demonic wheel was personally refined by him, and he gave it to his most beloved son. Meng Hao was the most talented and had the highest cultivation base out of all the sons of Meng Lang. He had only cultivated for 500 to 600 years, and he was already a half-devil saint. Meng Hao's cultivation speed was definitely a genius among geniuses in Red Moon City. But now, that genius among geniuses in Red Moon City was killed by Gu Fei. How could Meng Lang not go crazy? I don't care who you are. You must die for killing my son. Meng Lang roared. He could feel that his son was dead. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Not even a trace of his soul was left. Roar! Meng Lang roared and rushed out from the top of the city wall. He passed through the demonic light that enveloped the entire Red Moon City and pounced into the surging demonic chi outside. The world-destroying demonic wheel was destroyed by Gu Fei with a single punch. The power that the demonic saint weapon released in an instant was too shocking. It covered a radius of 10 miles. If it wasn't for the defensive demonic formation of Red Moon City being strong enough, the entire Red Moon City would have been destroyed. Outside Crimson Moon City, a mountain range had been razed to the ground. The ground had sunk by more than 100 feet, and hideous cracks had appeared on the ground, extending outwards. Demonic chi was seeping out from these cracks. Kill! Meng Lang's voice came from the raging demonic chi outside the Red Moon City. A strong demonic power exploded. The terrifying demonic might made the hearts of the demonic experts on the city wall palpitate. This great calamity of the human race is dead for sure. someone said in fear. Meng Lang's murderous nature was very strong. One should know that this was a demon saint. Even though he had sealed his cultivation base as a saint, he was still very scary. The combat strength of a saint demon body was definitely not to be underestimated. Not necessarily. This great calamity of the human race has even destroyed the world-destroying demonic wheel. Some people felt uneasy. One must know that just now, that great calamity of the human race had destroyed the world-destroying demonic wheel in front of everyone's eyes. Such battle prowess was too terrifying. At this time, the Scarlet Moon City's city lord, Meng Lang, had already started fighting with Gu Fei. Rumble. Boundless demonic energy surged, and a huge demonic shadow appeared between the heavens and earth. This was the phenomenon produced by Meng Lang's demonic arts circulating crazily. "Who are you? Why did you kill my son?" Meng Lang bellowed. At the same time, he sent a fist flying towards Gu Fei. The powerful fist energy directly smashed a huge hole in the void, wanting to punch Gu Fei into the primal chaos of the void. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him," Gu Fei said indifferently. "You, a senior expert, actually attacked a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others?" Meng Lang roared. Bang! At this time, Gu Fei also threw out a punch. The two fists collided in an instant, causing a muffled sound to erupt. The two figures quickly separated. "Haha, you're a demonic saint, and you're telling me such things?" Gu Fei found it funny. The demonic way was all about doing as one pleases, and being free to do as one pleases. One would not be bound by the rules of the world. For Meng Lang to say something like this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. "Damn it, I'm going to pull out your soul and suppress it in purgatory for billions of years." Meng Lang roared as he rushed back from afar. Stretching out his right hand, 5 beams of demonic light shot out from his 5 fingers, piercing towards Gu Fei. The 5 beams of demonic light clanged and instantly turned into 5 demonic spears, emitting terrifying waves of demonic energy. Gu Fei pushed out with his palm, shattering the demonic spear. He then appeared in front of Meng Lang and punched out at his head. "What?" Meng Lang was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to be so much stronger and scarier than he had imagined, to be able to break through his demonic arts so easily. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to hit him, Meng Lang's body suddenly blurred. Then, Gu Fei felt as if his fist had hit nothing but air. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This Meng Lang was not simple. He seemed to have comprehended the profound meaning of the Void Tao. What he had hit was just an afterimage left behind by Meng Lang. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei destroyed Meng Lang's afterimage, he only heard a rapid sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He instinctively lowered his head and saw a beam of demonic light slicing past his scalp. A few strands of hair floated down from the air. Preposterous! Gu Fei instantly moved 100 feet away. He was both shocked and angry. This Meng Lang was indeed extraordinary. He had even mastered the most difficult Tao to comprehend, the Void Tao. Chaotic chaos. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Chaotic Chaos secret art. As a divine light spread from his body, the space around him immediately twisted like water. At this moment, Meng Lang just happened to use a great art. He conjured a 1,000-foot-long demonic dragon and attacked Gu Fei. However, a scene that left Meng Lang in disbelief appeared in front of him. The instant the demonic dragon charged towards Meng Lang, it suddenly turned around and pounced towards him. How is this possible? Meng Lang's shock was no small matter. His opponent could actually reverse his great art. Didn't that mean that his opponent was already in an invincible position? Meng Lang had no time to think about anything else as the demonic dragon pounced at him. He hurriedly sent out another demonic dragon to meet the incoming demonic dragon. Boom! The 2 demonic dragons collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The entire world shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. What kind of great art is this? Meng Lang's heart skipped a beat. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Meng Lang only felt his vision go black, and his right eye was immediately punched. This punch made him see stars, and he almost fell from the sky. Bang! Before Ming Lang could react, he felt another pain in his left eye. He took another punch from his opponent. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Roar! Ming Lang roared crazily. Countless demonic lights rushed out from his body, turning into demonic arrows that shot out in all directions. This kind of indiscriminate attack made it impossible for Gu Fei to hide. However, Ming Lang still underestimated Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was extremely powerful. Even if the demonic arrows landed on his body, they could not hurt him at all. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei shattered the dozen demonic arrows that shot at him. He then took a step forward and appeared in front of Ming Lang, throwing a punch. Bang! Chapter 25:18. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was extremely powerful and could even fight against a saint weapon. Although Ming Lang was a demon saint with a powerful saint-level demonic body, he still could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. Ming Lang's head exploded. The powerful saint-level demonic body was nothing in front of Gu Fei's fist. Just when Gu Fei's fist exploded Ming Lang's head, a figure wrapped in demonic light rushed out of the blood mist. It instantly soared into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He stretched out his hand, and the demonic light was caught by him. Within the demonic light, a small face that looked exactly like Ming Lang was pale and trembling. This was Ming Lang's primordial spirit. Although his demonic body was heavily injured, his primordial spirit was unharmed, and he managed to escape in time. However, Ming Lang's primordial spirit could not escape and was caught by Gu Fei. Ming Lang's primordial spirit emitted an intense wave of divine will. The city lord of Red Moon City is only SOSO. Gu Fei looked at the small person in the demonic light in his hand and said calmly. To him, defeating a demon saint was not a big deal. However, for the group of Red Moon City's demonic experts, the scene in front of them left everyone dumbfounded. Ming Lang was defeated. Seeing this scene, the demonic cultivators did not want to accept this reality. However, reality was reality. Even if they did not want to accept it, it was still reality. Winner takes all. I have nothing to say. Ming Lang's primordial spirit stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely. The resentment in his eyes made Gu Fei's expression change. Very well. Gu Fei nodded. Then, he abruptly tightened his grip on the ball of demonic light. Poof! The ball of demonic light immediately exploded. He did not hesitate and directly crushed the demonic light in his hand. Ming Lang's primordial spirit dissipated in the void along with the demonic light. A demonic cultivator of a generation died just like that. On this day, all the demonic cultivators in Red Moon City were extremely shocked. They found it hard to believe that Ming Lang was killed just like that. When the news spread, the entire Red Moon City was in an uproar. Some powerful families had already begun to prepare a backup plan. Just like the Zhao clan in the Crimson Moon City, as someone who had fought with Gu Fei before, Zhao Mu was well aware of Gu Fei's current strength. When he saw that the situation was not right, he had already left the impregnable pass and returned to the city. After killing the city lord of the Red Moon City, Ming Lang, Gu Fei did not feel any sense of accomplishment. Killing such an existence was nothing to Gu Fei. Ming Lang's primordial spirit turned into a pure essence and was devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. The Lord of Red Moon City died unjustly. He never thought that Gu Fei's speed would be so fast. Before he could even react, his head was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Ming Lang's death caused a huge commotion in Red Moon City. All the major forces in the city began to move. Just when Ming Lang's soul was crushed by Gu Fei, on a mountain several tens of thousands of miles away from Red Moon City that was shrouded in demonic aura, a slovenly old man who sat on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Someone actually killed Ming Lang. What happened in Red Moon City? The old man stood up from the boulder. Demonic light flickered in his eyes. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread from his body. At this moment, after devouring the power of Ming Lang's primordial spirit, Gu Fei's primordial spirit became even more powerful. A ball of light floated in the depths of the indestructible battle body. Within the light was a figure. It was Gu Fei's primordial spirit that had entered the indestructible battle body. The great catastrophe of the human race is here. Run. The demonic cultivators on the city walls immediately cried out when they saw Gu Fei walk over from afar. They turned around and fled into Red Moon City. This bunch of trash. A sliver of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face when he saw this. Red Moon City was protected by a great formation. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei would find it difficult to break through the formation and enter Red Moon City in a short period of time. It's a pity that I didn't bring an extreme saint artifact. Otherwise, Gu Fei sensed the powerful pulses from the protective formation. He knew that it would be difficult for him to break through the formation with his current strength. The existence of the power of heaven's wrath would not allow him to display the strength of a saint. However, it wasn't Gu Fei's style to retreat without giving it a try. Gu Fei arrived in front of the layer of demonic light formed by the great city protecting formation. Golden runes appeared on his body as the power of the indestructible battle physique was awakening. This was not a divine ability or a great technique. It was the pure power of the battle body. It did not involve the laws of the great path or the profound meaning of the world. Therefore, it would not attract the power of heaven's wrath. Eat my fist. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his long hair fluttered behind him. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he punched out with all his might. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic light that enveloped the entire Red Moon City shook violently. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the light, interweaving into an ancient demonic diagram. The power of Gu Fei's punch was completely dissolved by the demonic diagram on the demonic light. It's the ancient demonic formation. Gu Fei withdrew his fist. Unless he used his extreme saint weapon, it would be impossible for him to break through the demonic protective formation. However, he did not bring his extreme saint weapon with him when he returned to the Tonglong continent. Great ferocious human, you killed my master. The lords of the demon prison mountain will not let you go. An old voice came from the Red Moon City. An old servant in green clothes rushed out from the governor's mansion and shouted at Gu Fei while pointing at him. Hearing this, Gu Fei suddenly looked at the old servant in green clothes. Golden light surged in his eyes. There seemed to be a golden world in his eyes, and a great suction force was produced. This suction force directly ignored the demonic light in front of him. It penetrated the demonic light and instantly enveloped the old servant. Roar! The old servant roared angrily. As if he had received a great shock, a faint shadow of a dragon flew out from his body. You're just an old dragon. How dare you act so presumptuously before me? An unfathomable power radiated from Gu Fei's eyes. It forcefully pulled the old servant's Yuan Shan out of his body and scattered it in the air. The old servant's vitality was immediately severed, and the light in his eyes disappeared in an instant, turning into a deathly gray. The next moment, the corpse of an old dragon that was thousands of meters long appeared in the void, directly smashing down from the sky. Chapter 25:19. The old servant of the Red Moon City Lord was incomparably powerful. He was a demon flood dragon. Although he was just a servant, there were few who could rival him in the Red Moon City. Such a powerful existence had died just like that. The demonic path powerhouses in Crimson Moon City were shocked to the extreme. It was hard to imagine how this great, ominous human had killed the old servant of the Crimson Moon City Lord. Do you think that I can't kill you just because there's a demonic formation between us? Gu Fei's words came from outside the Red Moon City. The demonic cultivators in the city felt a chill in their hearts. This great ferocious human was really incredible. He had mastered some kind of life or death technique that could kill people invisibly. At this time, all the demonic cultivators in the Red Moon City went into hiding. Even the Red Moon City Lord had died in battle. They were no match for Gu Fei. No one wanted to die, so they could only hide. Under the moonlight, Gu Fei stood in the void outside the Red Moon City. With his own strength, he intimidated all the demonic cultivators in the ancient Devil City. This was something that had never happened before. One should know that the Red Moon City was one of the 7 great ancient devil cities of the Northern Devil region. It had existed since ancient times. No one had ever been able to intimidate all the demonic cultivators in the city. The Red Moon City was not as simple as an ancient devil city. How boring. It seems that no one in the Red Moon City dares to come out and fight, Gu Fei said to himself. Although he was talking to himself, his voice was clearly heard by everyone in the Red Moon City. Don't be so arrogant. When the pureblood demons of the Devil Prison Mountain arrive, it will be the time of your death. An old voice came from the depths of the Red Moon City. It was a demonic cultivator of the older generation who couldn't stand it anymore. However, this demonic cultivator used a great technique to make his voice erratic. No one could sense his true location. Is that so? Then I will wait here. Let's see what the so-called pureblood demons can do. After saying that, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. Pure-blooded demons should be those demons with pure bloodlines. Such demons had inherited the bloodline of the ancestral fiend and were synonymous with power. From this, Gu Fei knew that the power behind Red Moon City was the Devil Prison Mountain. The Devil Prison Mountain was a land of devils in the extreme North Devil region. The so-called Land of Devils referred to the place where Khanate devils were born. Typically, such a place was extremely sinister and terrifying. A place of birth of fiends was also the place where the ancestral fiends were born. Such a fiendish land, along with the surrounding region, would transform into a fiendish domain. The legacy of the ancestral devil was naturally extraordinary. Although the Devil Prison Mountain was not as famous as the Six Paths Demon Palace, it was not to be underestimated. However, time was passing. 2 hours had passed, and no pure-blooded demons had arrived at Crimson Moon City. This surprised all the demonic experts in Crimson Moon City. How could the Devil Prison Mountain not have any reaction? The Meng family in Crimson Moon City came from the Devil Prison Mountain. Now that even the city lord of Crimson Moon City had been killed by the great murderer of the human race, how could the Devil Prison Mountain swallow this insult? However, things did not go as expected. Several hours passed, and the sky was already turning bright. However, the pure-blooded demons of the Devil Prison Mountain still had not arrived. How is this possible? In Crimson Moon City, some demonic experts who knew about the background of the Devil Prison Mountain were very surprised. Although the pure-blooded demons of the Devil Prison Mountain kept a low profile, they were very domineering and would not swallow this insult. Could it be that the Devil Prison Mountain is also afraid of me? When the sky brightened, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above Crimson Moon City, opened his eyes and stood up. He had waited for several hours, but this was the result. This made him a little disappointed. Let's go. Gu Fei left Crimson Moon City directly. He did not want to stay here any longer. The great murderer of the human race left just like that. The demonic experts in Crimson Moon City secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This great murderer of the human race was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was indeed fierce and wild enough. Just as Gu Fei left, a demonic light descended from the sky and landed in Crimson Moon City. At this moment, on an ancient formation platform in Crimson Moon City's City Lord Mansion, the demonic light dissipated and a figure appeared from within the demonic light. This was an old man with white hair and beard. He was unkempt and had a big red gourd hanging from his waist. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the mad demon killed by Gu Fei. However, this person had nothing to do with that mad demon. Where is the great murderer of the human race? After the old man appeared from the demonic light, he immediately roared angrily. His voice spread throughout Crimson Moon City. What a pity! The demonic experts in Crimson Moon City could not help but be dumbfounded. If this old man had come an hour earlier, he would have encountered the great murderer of the human race. At this time, Gu Fei was far away from Crimson Moon City. After leaving Crimson Moon City, he felt that there seemed to be a voice calling him, telling him to go deeper into the northern demon region. What's going on? Gu Fei was bewildered. Although he was incomparably shocked, he was not afraid. This was because the faint calling did not have any dangerous aura. He went all the way deep into the northern demon region. Wherever he went, he pushed forward and killed demonic experts one after another. Finally, in front of a large city, he was intercepted by a young demons. You are the great murderer of the human race. On top of a short mountain outside of the large city, stood a young demon's. This young demon's had blood-red hair, and his eyebrows and pupils were blood-red. He looked incomparably demonic. And opposite of the young demon's, there was also a short mountain. On top of that short mountain stood another young man. This young man was dressed in black, and his eyes were like cold stars. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? You are the great murderer. Your whole family is the great murderer. Gu Fei pointed at the young demons on top of the short mountain and said loudly, "Oomph." Hearing this, the young demon's blood-red eyebrows immediately raised. His eyes emitted a murderous light, and a chilling, killing intent spread from his body. "Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people." The young demon stared at Gu Fei and said proudly, "As a pure-blooded demon, he naturally had the right to be proud. As the descendants of the ancestral demons, the power of their bloodline was incomparably strong. It was a must for them to become a demonic expert. TSK, you are just a little demon. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? What a joke." Gu Fei said disdainfully. "You?" Hearing this, the young demon suddenly became furious. His blood-red hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes became even fiercer. "If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have time to waste with you here." Chapter 25:20. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch, causing the void to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions with his fist as the center. There was no earth-shattering power. It looked like a casual punch. However, in the eyes of the pure-blooded demons, this simple and direct punch was a completely different scene. The young demons only felt that his opponent's fist was getting bigger in front of his eyes, as if even the void in front of him had been sealed. Gu Fei's simple punch made the young demons feel a dangerous aura. "You're courting death." When the young demon saw that Gu Fei was the first to attack him, he couldn't help but be furious. With a flip of his right hand, a demonic spear immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The young demons shook the demonic spear in his hand and stabbed at Gu Fei. On the spearhead of the demonic spear, there was a faint blood-red light. It was the blood that hadn't dried yet, emitting an evil red color. This is, when Gu Fei sensed the aura coming from the demonic spear, he couldn't help but be shocked. The blood on the spearhead was not simple. It was definitely saint blood. Saint blood was the blood that only saint-level creatures possessed. In other words, this demonic spear had once killed a saint. Although this demonic spear had once killed a saint, Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He still punched out with his right fist and collided with the spearhead of the demonic spear. When Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic spear, there was a clanging sound, as if two pieces of peerless gold had collided. What? The young demons were shocked to the extreme. This human actually dared to fight against the demonic spear in his hand with his flesh and blood. He only felt a strong force coming from the demonic spear, causing him to take 5 or 6 steps back. At this time, Gu Fei was also pushed back by a strong demonic force that erupted from the demonic spear. On his fist, there was a burning pain. Good heavens! As expected of a weapon capable of killing saints, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The demon spear in the hands of the young demons was not simple. It was much more powerful than ordinary sacred weapons. Otherwise, it would not have become a weapon that could kill a saint. The great calamity of the human race is indeed ferocious. But it's a pity that you've bumped into your lord here. While the young demons were shocked, his fighting spirit surged. With a shake of the demonic spear in his hand, he left an afterimage on the hill and instantly charged towards Gu Fei. The demonic spear pierced through the void, and the blood-red light on the tip of the spear rapidly pierced towards Gu Fei. TSK, you think you're worthy of being called the Demon Lord? Gu Fei couldn't help smiling. This young demon was even crazier than him. How could a devil sovereign be casually called? Only the strongest devils could be called devil sovereigns. Kill. Seeing the look of contempt on Gu Fei's face, the young demon suddenly became furious. He used his killer moves one after another, piercing through the sky and earth. But he still could not do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a phantom, dodging the killer moves of the young demons. Then, he counterattacked. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared in the sky and directly slammed down towards the young demons. He used the sky-covering palm. The structure of the indestructible war body was very mysterious. The indestructible war body could perform all kinds of killer moves. Moreover, it was not limited to those in the immortal Tao or martial Tao. All living beings could cultivate this secret technique. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge golden hand descended from the sky and directly slammed the young demons into the ground. The hill collapsed, rocks pierced through the sky, and dust flew everywhere. Humph! So what if you have a weapon that can kill a saint? You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei muttered to himself, but he also knew that the pure-blooded demons had that weapon in their hands. His attack would definitely not hurt this guy's life. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the young demons had already alarmed the nearby demonic experts. These demonic experts never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. The great ferocious human race was really fierce. Bang! The ground shook, and dozens of rocks flew up and smashed in all directions. A figure rushed out from the ruins. His hair was unkempt, and his clothes were ragged. He was still holding the demonic spear tightly in his hand. On the tip of the spear, there was still blood flickering. Roar! The young demons held the demonic spear and roared as he rushed to the sky. At this time, there was a cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other. His entire demonic body was undergoing a shocking change. Transform. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei did not take advantage of this time to make a move. Instead, he watched quietly and allowed the young demons to increase his combat strength. He wanted to make the young demons admit defeat. On the forehead of the young demons, 2 black horns grew. Between the 2 black horns, there was a faint black electric light flashing, giving people an extremely evil feeling. On the body of the young demons, pieces of red scales emerged. Soon, his entire body was covered with a thick layer of red scales. What kind of demon is this? When Gu Fei saw the young demons reveal their true form, he couldn't help but be shocked. Go to hell! The young man from the demon clan roared and pounced at Gu Fei, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. His speed was so fast that it was truly astounding. However, it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps was the fastest in the world. If he wanted to compete with Gu Fei in speed, he would have made a wrong calculation. Buzz! As Gu Fei waved his hand, rays of dazzling golden sword light rushed out from his hand and strangled the young demons who were charging at him. Every ray of sword light cut through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful force. The big demon that the young demons had transformed into waved the demonic spear in his hand, smashing the sword light that Gu Fei had shot out. Then, the spearhead flew up and turned into a bloodlight, piercing towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. As long as the demonic spear pierced through the forehead, an ordinary sage-level expert would die on the spot. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid because the indestructible combat body could be said to be indestructible. Moreover, the indestructible combat body contained immortal divinity. In order to destroy Gu Fei's indestructible combat body, unless an honorable came in person, if it were anyone else, it would be impossible to destroy Gu Fei's indestructible combat body. As the demonic spear pierced towards him, Gu Fei instinctively moved to the side and dodged the attack of the demons. Secret Art of Ascension. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of immortal cultivation, the Secret Art of Ascension. His cultivation rose rapidly, and an unimaginably powerful aura burst out from his body. Rumble. The energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's body were so powerful that they caused the space around him to tremble slightly. The demons were taken aback.